1, 2, hey, hey. Right, if everyone wants to come and take their seats, please, quick as you can. Thank you. Yeah, don't trip over that, guys. Right, we've still got some people starting to come in, but we'll carry on, otherwise we're going to run late and then it'll be my fault. So welcome to On Track 2024, now in its fourth year. My name's Kev, I'm Kev Moore, former Royal Navy, Falklands veteran, and one of the people responsible for originally getting this show off the ground. So if you don't like it today, you can blame me, but I'm fairly safe in saying, I think, I don't have to worry about that. I'm going to be your host for today, and I'm sure you're going to find our collection of speakers, workshops, and exhibitors inspiring, helpful, interesting, and thought-provoking. But before we get into anything serious, some housekeeping. We're not expecting any fire alarms today or anything like that. So if an alarm goes off, it is for real. Please follow the directions of the Tank Museum staff, who will make sure you get out of the building to a place of safety. Cafeteria is behind you. You've probably all spotted that already. But that's it, I think, from the housekeeping point of view. Before we start, can I extend a warm welcome to His Majesty's Lord Lieutenant, Michael Dooley. Thank you for being here, sir. And also welcome the High Sheriff of Dorset, Anthony Woodhouse, who will now give the opening address.
Thanks very much, Kev. Welcome to the Tank Museum and welcome to the On Track event. I think an event that's lasted for 4 years and continues to grow, that tells you something. One, that it's needed and wanted, and two, that it's delivering to expectations. It's great that we have the Lord Lieutenant here as His Majesty the King's representative. It just goes to show what an important and highly regarded event that this is. First, though, a thank you to the Tank Museum for hosting this event. This is a world-class museum. I mean, you will have seen its physical presence as such. About nearly 250,000 visitors come here a year, and that the Tank Fest weekend alone attracts about 24,000 visitors, literally from all over the world. But it's not just its physical presence, it also has a remarkable digital presence as well. For instance, its YouTube channel, since its inception, has had over 160 million views. That is larger than not only every museum in the UK, but every museum in the world, including the big American museums. So, you know, this truly is a world-class museum. The purpose of the museum is not to glorify war, but it's to educate people about the role of the tank in warfare and in keeping us safe, and also, really importantly, in terms of telling the stories of those who have served in tanks over the years. Now, I think it just goes to show how seriously they take that purpose in the broader sense that they're willing to invest so much time and effort in an event like this today. So why is today important? Mental health seems to be a growing phenomenon. I met a psychiatrist the other day and I was talking to her and I was saying, is that because we're just more aware of it? Or is it because generally mental health is deteriorating. And she said that she felt it was a mixture of both. Not before time, we're beginning to treat mental health in the same way that we're treating physical health. But also, worryingly, she felt that as a society, our mental health was deteriorating. I was reading some research which estimated that 1 in 5 ex-service personnel was struggling with their mental health, and I'm sure that's mirrored in the emergency services as well. But it's not just limited to those people in those groups in the front line. As High Sheriff, I've visited a number of voluntary organisations throughout the county supporting young people in the county. And the word that I've heard again and again and again is anxiety. And if you look at the research that Dorset Mind, our local mental health charity, has done, again, they estimate that 1 in 5 young people in our county are struggling with their mental health. So it is a real issue, and it's a growing issue. So what is the purpose of today? I think the purpose of today is threefold. First, the fact that we're all gathering here and talking about mental health increases awareness, pushes it further up the agenda, and hence makes it more likely that we can address the challenges of mental health, both as individuals and as a society. Secondly, there's an opportunity for organisations working in this space to meet each other, network, and hopefully provide a spark of collaboration, because we all know that organisations working together will have so much greater impact than working just on their own, ploughing their own furrow. And then thirdly, we're here to listen, and we're here to learn, and then it's our duty to go out and spread the word through our networks to increase awareness and make people aware of the support that is around. In tune with this magnificent venue, we've got 3 exceptional speakers to come that I'm really looking forward to listening to. So thank you for coming. Please enjoy the day, and let us all make the most of the opportunities that this event provides. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Very true. It is a continuing concern that so many of the people in the populace suffer from issues with their mental health. And if in some small way through this event we can help people to find their way and to navigate their way through the issues and the help that's there for them, then we're doing something right. Before I introduce our next speakers, can I remind everyone that we're going to have a Q&A session at the end of this morning's session. So if you have any questions, anything you want to ask of any of our speakers, can I ask that you make a note of that, and we'll bring them all back on stage at the end of the morning session, and we'll take questions then. So now it is my honour and privilege to introduce to stage 2 former Royal Marines, Dom Gannon and Bernie Shrewsbury, both of whom had distinguished military careers, serving in specialist units with the Marines. They're going to share with us their lived experience of overcoming life-changing events and how, drawing on their military experience and training, they were able to adapt and find the resilience to carry on. So please welcome, first on stage, Dom Gannon.
Right, good morning. My name's Dom. I joined the Royal Marines 36.5 years ago, and I've spent 33 years in the Special Forces. I'll talk about my lived experience. Obviously, I've got a lot of history. You know, I've been in all sorts of conflicts over the years, but this is dealing with the other things that life throws at you, because no matter whether you've been in a traumatic experience, conflict, disaster, crashes, whatever, life still is full of shit sometimes. So, to start with, I'd just like to ask you all a few questions. And just stick your hand up if it applies to you, and keep it up. how many people have suffered a family bereavement? Lost a partner, a grandparent, a loved one, a beloved family pet, been involved in a conflict, a fatal car crash. So I won't go on, but we could go through it all. These things happen to everybody. So it's not just in this scenario. Shit happens. And that's me in Norway, by the way. Now, I'm not an academic, psychologist, psychiatrist, anything like that, but I've had a bit of experience, and I've been around the block a few times, and I've done some studying on this, and myself and Spot, we're just taking part in a resilience course back at our home base in Amworthy. And some of the things I'm going to say have actually been confirmed by the bloke leading it is the Professor of Psychology at Manchester Metropolitan. So he knows his stuff. So some of it actually has some good medical and academic evidence. I'd also say that none of this is new. This has been around for thousands and thousands of years, going back before the Bible, back to the Roman Greek scholars, even before that. What is different is that with the media, with the internet, people are going to rename it, call it all sorts of shit with some wacky ideas, including one that was introduced to us yesterday called Devious Steve or something like that, wasn't it? Who's charging people $1,600 to inform them that if they get some ice and put their testicles in it, it will reduce their stress. Absolute bollocks. Funny old thing. So what have I done to cope? Well, I keep it simple, stupid, or in the modern world, I've put keep it simple, successful, so I don't offend anybody. I'd also say I'm lucky. I'm lucky I've got an optimistic outlook. And optimism from the studies is the one biggest thing in resilience. I'm lucky I can see the humour. I like to have a laugh about things. I'm lucky that I can reframe, review, and see opportunities even in bad times. I'm lucky I've stood on the shoulders of giants. People like Bernie doing all sorts of things, lads I've worked with, the Bravery organisation, the Barrel Foundation have spoke at this before. Extraordinary people, ordinary people rather, doing extraordinary things. Also, I've got a great family, a great social support network, good people, good charity organisations that have helped me thoroughly, and that's, again, another key factor in the resilience. And you're going to get the opportunity, particularly the military lads, to see all this is on offer. You might not think it's applicable to you now, but one day it might, or you might know somebody who it will help with. So, what's my story? A little video first.
Let me introduce you to the stress bucket. The bucket is you, and the water is the stress that you face every day. Sometimes that stress might just be a little trickle, but other times it comes thick and fast. Now, everyone only has so much capacity, so at some point the thing is going to overflow and you are going to be overwhelmed. But what if I told you that every time you exercise, it's like doing this? When you make time to see friends, it's like doing this. When you make time to rest, and meditation, and relaxation. So even if the stress keeps coming, as long as you have enough small self-care habits, the bucket will never overflow and you'll never have to get overwhelmed.
Far more eloquent and pretty than me. But shit happens. So, I said before, I've seen a lot. I've been in conflicts. I've been deployed all around the world. I've seen friends buried, traumatically injured. Now, as with most people, I had a certain view on myself. I just returned from a 6-month operational tour, just been made the unit quartermaster, cock of the north, top of the game. Then came the cancer diagnosis. One word from a consultant, one dodgy blood test, and life's upside down. Don't know if you can provide for the family anymore. You don't know if you can earn a living. You don't know how long you're going to live. And telling my family is one of the hardest things I've ever done. 12-year-old girl, telling her, after never being part of her life for most of it, I was going to probably die of cancer within a few years. Relapses, countless. I've had 3 stem cell transplants. I've broken bones in both lower legs. I've got huge holes in my femurs, fractures in my hip, sacrum, nearly every rib. I've fractured my sternum 3 times. both clavicles gone, and I've got craters all over my skull. So for me, the future's still uncertain. I have blood tests every other week, and I get treatment every week. But it's not a story of self-pity, but hopefully of resilience and looking forward. So stem cell transplant, most people would have never heard of it. Not a nice process. You get chemo and steroids to get you into a fit state. Chemo's honking, steroids are even more honking. You can't sleep, you get fat, you get bloated, and it makes you hyper alert, hyper aggressive. Once you're well enough, you'll go in and have a stem cell harvest. You'll get some injections beforehand that I can only describe as giving you growing pains in your bone, and when you're 40 years old, that's very strange. You get a needle in one arm, they'll suck all the blood out, put it through a machine, take out what they need, pump it back in the other arm. When you've recovered from that, you'll go in to have your transplant. You'll be given chemo. Chemo doesn't discriminate. It kills anything and everything. That's why you lose your hair, teeth, ulcers, stomach ulcers, diarrhea, vomiting, all the rest of it. Your stem cells then are just to rescue your system. There's an interesting article, I think it was in the Daily Mail a few years ago, about a doctor who'd been treating patients, but then unfortunately had to go through the process herself. She described it as brutal and inhuman, like a nuclear warhead to crack a walnut. However, once you're in there, your immune system's shot, you're in an isolation room, forced air, food's nuked, you drink boiled, treated water. Everybody who comes in's masked and gowned, because everybody and everything is a threat. You'll have a Hickman line inserted into a vein in your neck, and I can only describe a knitting needle pushed through it to drag it out and stitched in, and that will be inside your body for a minimum of 3.5 months. When you're in there, you might get visitors if they're clean and they're healthy, but you're in isolation. Military training definitely helped me through that. I'd done resistance to interrogation, I'd been deployed, I'd lived in OPs, shitting in bags for weeks. But probably more importantly, I'd planned and prepared, and I'd looked at the worst case scenario. I'd planned for the worst, but hoped for the best. Low points, particularly, everything you go in is measured. Everything that comes out's measured. So a low point was sitting on a toilet, excuse the French, shitting in a cardboard bowl, puking in a cardboard bowl, pissing in a cardboard bottle, trying to eat to force some nutrients in to help recover, but everything covered in pubes and hair because everything's dropping out. The walk out was long, slow and painful. I couldn't carry any bags, couldn't keep up with my wife. I refused a wheelchair because it was my escape to freedom, if you like. Recovery was long, slow and painful, but I was lucky. I suffered less than most. I was lucky that all those military things had helped me prepare for it and get through it. I was lucky I got a good mindset to look forward and be optimistic and see the funny side in some of the things that happened. So I won't elaborate on this one, but who are you? Everybody's got their own internal map of the world. The 10% is the bit above the surface, who you show to the world. But the iceberg underneath, the 90%, that's all your experiences, all the things brought together, the little voice inside your head saying you're not good enough, you can't do this, all that sort of thing. So we're each different. Even if we were brought up in the same family, we'd all have a different experience. For me, you know, I was that classic case, no different to any of you. Life's bits drip, drip, drip in the bucket, or big pause if you've been in something traumatic. But everybody's bucket is getting filled up all the time. Now, my CV, if I wrote it down, it's pretty awesome. But the inner reality is very different. You know, I was that classic swan swimming across the surface, legs going 10 to the dozen underneath, paddling against the current, but looking serene on top, eyes darting everywhere, looking for threats and problems. But just like you, and everybody in here, as you put your hands up at the thing, we've all had rocky paths and done. But again, I've been lucky. Through the military, I've seen the best and worst of humanity. Through the medical world, I've been in some dark places, but Kindness, brilliant to medical people. Awesome. So, where do I think my resilience has come from? Parents, Irish Roman Catholics. I didn't have a religious upbringing, but no doubt some of those morals and ethics stuck with me. Sport, probably the big one. I played sport to a really high level. Teamwork, ethos, working hard, but importantly, failure. Because in sport, you fail all the time, and success comes from failure. Royal Marines, Special Forces, list of all the ethoses, all the buzzwords, and if anybody ever reads the poem If by Rudyard Kipling, they're all in it. I also remember reading a book by Lance Armstrong, the disgraced cyclist now, you say. The nurse telling him that children don't suffer as much with chemo and they generally have better recoveries because they're optimistic. Their inner map hasn't built up. They don't anticipate not getting better. They don't necessarily anticipate dying. And it's probably a bit of that childish attitude that I've carried through life. I was also brought up watching World War II films. You know, The Longest Day, Where Eagles Dare, and obviously the Cockleshell Heroes. Also watching cowboy films. Now, I'm looking around, there's a few of you who know what I'm talking about now, so that's all right. Audie Murphy, absolutely abysmal actor, but he was the most decorated American soldier in the Second World War, and they made him into a cowboy movie star. In the films, heroes did the right things, they always said the right things, and they always died with their boots on. What more could a young lad want if it's aspiring to join the Marines? Also, it reminds me of a story of a young boy and his mum. A young boy looks up at his mum and says, "Mummy, when I'm grown up, I want to be a Royal Marine." And the mother looked round him, shook her head and said, "Son, you cannot do both." So I think that childish optimism has definitely carried me through with a bit of humour. But shit happens. You've got all that, and then something else comes along and sweeps your legs away. 2019, going into relapse. We'd planned in advance, so we'd got a new medication. Unfortunately, it affected my eyes really badly, and side effects, and we thought we might lose eyesight, so we had to stop all treatment for the eyes to recover before we could find something else. Obviously, in 2020, we went into lockdown, and at that point, I suffered a traumatic fracture of the humerus. While I was in hospital, I suffered a traumatic fracture of my ulnar as well. So, fully in lockdown, just starting a new medication, remission completely gone. Had to sit up in bed like that for 6 months because I couldn't lie down, in plaster for 12 months, and I couldn't do a lot for myself. I couldn't even wipe my own arse at times. So a lot of reliance on family. So things I do, there's books called The Atomic Habits and The Miracle Morning, little habits that help me get through the day. Grounding. I go outside with the dog when she has a pee in the morning. I stand barefoot on the grass. I look at 5 things I can see, 4 things I can hear, 3 things I can feel, 2 things I can either hear or taste, and then I try and think of an emotion, what I'm feeling or what I want to put out into the world that day. It takes less than 60 seconds. Reading, always read something, always learn, always have the thirst and curiosity for things, even if it's only 10 minutes a day. Affirmations. People might say a bit woo-woo, but they definitely work, but they've got to be aligned to your goals and the things you're trying to do. Otherwise, it's just a load of words. But again, thousands of years old, sports people do it all the time. I watched a video with Michael Phelps, and he uses it when he moves from room to room. So when he goes into the changing room, he's got certain affirmations. He goes to the training pool, the warm-up pool, and then by the time he gets to the Olympic stage, he's telling himself he is the best in the world. And Bernie will no doubt tell you that that is key in sports psychology. It works. Visualize. Again, people might think it's a bit woo-woo. I'm into hypnotherapy. Could be mindfulness. I think you're going to get opportunity to do. could be meditation. It all works. You've just got to buy into it and be prepared to accept it. The visualization, Bernie obviously deals with elite sportsmen. How many people have watched Formula One and seen the driver in the pits going like that with his eyes closed? If you call it sports psychology, everybody does it. And Bernie's got a story about one of the Italian Formula One drivers. Tried him out. They timed him when he went into his visualization, and he was repeatedly 0.2 of a second within his actual real life lap record. You know, it is powerful stuff, and anybody can learn it. Exercise, movement's medicine. Doesn't have to be thrashing yourself. Could be just going for a 10-minute walk. When the black dog comes down, you don't feel like doing anything. Just getting out in the fresh air, having a wander around. Some people might be therapists in here, I don't know. Some people might have been in therapy. Sometimes, as an example, a therapist will get you to move, get you to go out and come back in again, get you to go up from one chair, move, because your mind and body are connected, a cybernetic loop. So that movement helps you change your mental attitude, and your mental attitude can help change your physiology, you know, proven. Scribe. Now, these things are all the rage. Little apps on here that help you come up with your habits and jot things down. To me, it's a time theme. It's a time thief. It's a morale vacuum. There's nothing better than a pen and a paper. And again, learned yesterday, there is quite actually some science behind it. Actually, writing gives that brain connection all the way down to the hands. You know, there's some magic in it. Could be just doing your to-do list. Could be writing a gratitude list. Could be 5 minutes. You don't have to spend long doing it, but it makes a massive difference. Respiration, breathing. Could talk about that later, but there's all sorts of techniques out there. And cold. How many people here have done Wim Hof or done an ice bath or been cold water swimming and things like that? Again, from the professor yesterday, the researchers definitely are out on some of the real spending a long time in ice, but cold water definitely has some benefits. To me, again, I keep it simple. I get in the shower, I turn it on to cold for a minute or two. I say my affirmations, I do some breathing, and I try and visualise. Why do I stack it all together? Well, I've got a mate who's a Navy SEAL who insisted that testing yourself under stress is the best way to do all this. Cold water stress, if you can control your breathing, it's just good practice for any situation in life. Improvise, adapt, overcome. I couldn't do the things I used to do to clear my head, which was fizz, because that's what I've always done. But with a bit of adaptation and a special brace I had made, I found out I could row. I joined an online rowing club, and at nearly 60 years old, I've now got a world record. It's not quite what it looks like. It's just a load of old duffers who've got time to sit on rowing machines and do nothing else, but it's a world record, and I'm chuffed. And in this place, what better than the big man for a few quotes? So, the KISS principle, obviously, good military tradition, it's a curse sound, so that'll do. Control the controllables. Your anger or emotion to somebody else's behaviour or words is something you can control. You can't necessarily control their behaviour or their words, but you can control your emotion. So control the controllables. Be consistent in everything you do, and I'll probably mention that several times. Communicate, not just with other people, but with yourself. With that internal voice, get it under control. Use your affirmations, have a positive outset. 7% words, 38% tone and tonality, 55% body language. So you might be saying one thing, but your body language could be telling everybody something completely different. Be aware. Also, listen to learn, active listening. It's one of the key things. Don't listen just to wait for a pause in the conversation to jump in and make your point. And I like to use think. Is it true? Is it honest? Is it well intended? Is it interesting? Is it needed? And is it kind? Take the initiative yourself, because you're the only one who's really responsible for yourself. If you come up with a good idea, a goal, an objective, go for it. But you've got to initiate it. Journey of 1,000 miles starts with a first step. And as Nike said, just do it. When I ran selections, People who come say, I'm not ready, I'm not quite there. You're never going to be ready in your own mind. Just get on with it. Start a bit of momentum. And do it with good intent. If you do things half-assed, you're going to get half-assed results. Self-awareness, get to know yourself, your triggers, your reactions. Slow down, pause, breathe, think, and move. By just taking a few seconds just to think before you react in any wake of life is a good thing. Success. Celebrate the successes. We generally, as humans, are negative. So even if it's the most smallest thing in the world, you can celebrate with a biscuit or a cup of tea. Just take 5 minutes, think, yeah, I've done all right there. I've achieved that. You will build, eventually, a positive mindset. Sometimes you've got to take self-responsibility. You're responsible for some of your own actions. You will mess up. By taking self-respect, in fact, just everybody just go like that with your thumb and forefinger with one hand. Do you know what that is? That's the world's smallest violinist at your self-pity party. So at times when you think, oh, why me? Why is this? Life's not fair. Use it as a physical anchor. Just go like that and say, yeah, okay, that's a self-pity over with. Let's think, pause, breathe, move, make a rational decision. When you do that, show up, but show up in the right state. And to do that, you need to show up on time. Early is on time. My daughter hates this. Early is on time is late, and late is fucking unacceptable. And probably the most important one, seek guidance, seek knowledge, seek and ask for help. And again, a classic one that came out from the press yesterday, asking for help is one of the key factors in resilient behaviour. Most people are too scared to ask. And you've got a fantastic opportunity today. There's some great stands. So, if you're going through hell, keep going. Resilience is not about surviving the storm, it's about learning to dance in the rain. So be good, be kind, smile, and say, that's nice. So, love many, trust few, paddle your own canoe. Thank you very much for listening.
Thanks, Dom. I heard that previously because Dom was very keen that I heard the presentation before he gave it. He was slightly concerned that he might offend. I said, I know the audience that comes to this event. Trust me, you can't offend them. And hopefully you weren't. We'll take questions from Dom later. I think the big thing that came out of that for me was one of the last things he said, and that's very much around the theme of this event. Seek guidance, seek help. You can't do it on your own. So that said, I'd now like to welcome Bernie on stage and we'll continue the stories. Thank you, Bernie.
Well, does this work? I don't know. Nice to meet you all. First of all, the Blue Light Emergency Service. Can you put your hand up? Anyone from the Blue Light? Serving in the military, put your hands up, still now, and veterans, etc. And people that are running social and stands to help people. Anyone? Good. I just thought I'd want to find out, what you're dealing with, and because obviously, I don't know if you know, I suffered a stroke. Short-term memory problems deal with me. I look okay, but basically I died, and thankfully for the service and being in the south of France, I'm here. I lived through a nightmare, really. But what's good about this really is to pass on my background, because obviously I've had a bit of a dream background, which I work for. I work fucking hard, actually, to get it. Whether it's sport, I've competed in 6 sports at GB level, not age group, at GB level. I've also was in the Special Forces. I joined the Marines in 1975, when some of you were still glints in your mum and dad's eyes. The service has given me an amazing life. And I just want to give you an example of some of the people that I've worked with, because I've worked with quite a lot of well-known, famous people that you think, oh, wow, you work with them and him. I wrote a book in 2004, just a basic book on training. Just the first one is obviously Ben Fogle, who that picture was taken when after my stroke. He travelled down with his family and his wife to wish me well. So it's not about who you know, it's about who really cares about you. The other picture is me and my friend. Sadly had to join the paras because he couldn't dive. Harry Taylor, if you look him up online, he's climbed Everest without oxygen, and he took me climbing to help me experience going down. That's Pippa Middleton. Everyone says, oh, you were with Pippa. Hard, brilliant family, hard girl, really, really sporty minded. We travelled from Zermatt to Verbier, the hardest ski mountaineering race on the planet, up at 4,000 feet, 53 Ks. And she was hard as hell. There's me and James Cracknell just before the DW, Devizes Westminster, 125-mile race. I was his mentor, but when we got to Teddington Lock, I realised he's a great bloke, but he's not as hard as I thought because he went to pieces. Should have joined the Marines. The other picture is of Pippa. Just down here, this is Mark Webber's event in Tasmania. That's behind Guy Andrews. That's Pat Rafter, the tennis player, if they remember. In the boat there, I'm paddling with Pat Rafter. He should definitely stick to tennis. The picture of the guy, it's a good picture there. There's from Russia, actually. It's Artem Markelov in the Renault kit. Just to show you the background, I was involved in sports psychology and performance. And how do I put that across to you? So if you look after, where are we, Bovington. If you look after Bovington Football Club or you look after Man City Premier League Football Club, we're all coaches. The difference is yes, I was paid really well to work in Formula One, rallying, whatever else I did, but you fuck up, you lose your job within 2 weeks. I managed to keep the job for 8 years, so I must have done something right. So Artem, Mark Webber approached me and said, hey, Artem Markelov's dad, who owns the whole of Russian Railway, he said, and he was a Ukrainian officer, by the way, he said, we can join this Formula 1 team, Formula 2 team. It costs $350,000, but they're looking for someone to look after his son who crashes and mentally he's not dialed in well, but he's just loaded and took up racing. So he said, would you help me for a couple of weeks? So I went along and worked for Artem. I just said the usual thing, timings, make sure you get out of bed. If you're late for me, I'll go home because I can't stand all that crap. And we got on really, really well. That picture there of him in the Renault kit is Mark Webber's driver, Mitch Evans, who drives for Jaguar electric cars. After 2 years, I got Artem to beat Mitch Evans. So it's not about, you know, I'm no clever clog. I wasn't very bright. I didn't. I failed the entrance exam to the Marines. Not a great reader, but I had a passion and a drive to get out there and get on with it. So that's what I'm talking about today, is about where I came from, what I was, maybe being a bit cocky and opinionated, and then what happened to me changed my life. So that just gives you an example of sort of my background. That's where I ended up. So kind of invincible, bit of a know-it-all, I'll be all right, you know. Told my wife, oh, you ain't got about worrying about driving a car on the wrong side. I'll drive. So my daughter, funny enough, is on South Today TV, if you get a chance to watch it. Just finished an 800k gravel race around Spain, 5 minutes sleep, so she's pretty fit, driven. My son, Greg, does my job. He still does what we're doing now, still serving. And the guy on the right is Woody, who I practiced when we were training to row the Atlantic. So Woody was running a security business down in Monaco, but came up every other day to see me in hospital, where I'll tell you the story, which wasn't great. So what happened to me basically is I skied for the charity to raise money in Norway. Those who know the Hardangervidda, which is the size of Wales. I'm not saying it's a harsh place. Sometimes you're in T-shirts and shorts, but Armisen, who went to the South Pole, nearly died out there when his brother saved his life, because when the weather turned, it can be one hell of a shithole to be, and it's not easy to get out. So I basically fell over in there with a pack on my back, cocky Bernie, I'll be all right. Muscled up. Instead of carrying out the IA, take the pack off, get up, put it on. I didn't take the pack off because the weather was really rough and I didn't want to lose my kit because we were in the middle of nowhere. So I muscled up and realised that 33 kilo pack went to 130 kilo through the suction. As I threw my head forward, I've got a cerebellum and I basically had a bleed on the brain. 2 strokes I found out recently. So I had 2 strokes in the back of the head. But being who I am, I just thought I was tired and fatigued. It was the end of everything. I flew home. Everyone said, "You're all right?" And it was my son. When I got home, I went to put the kettle on. I missed. I knocked a glass over. I staggered a bit. And I said, "Oh, it must be tiredness." So Greg, my son, sent me to the hospital where, sadly, I got diagnosed with concussion. And I said, "Well, I'm flying next week." And they said, "Well, you'll be all right in a week's time." I flew to Nice. My daughter was training for the world tour. And basically, I took my wife to Antibes, still thinking I'm okay, just a bit dizzy, and I collapsed. I basically threw the car door open, and the only way to describe it to you is like javelins in my head, where the stroke hit, fell out on the bus stop, and that's where I thought, you think you're invincible. I fell down. My wife met a fantastic Canadian-American, called the ambulance, blue light to Antibes. They just said he's gone. Took me to Nice, which is the world leader of neuro, which is nice to know. And you still turn up, and the French being French, well, that's going to cost a lot of money to try and save him. He's had 2/3 of a head stroke. If you had a third, they turn you off anyway. They said, well, he's fucked, so turn him off. And then this wonderful Italian lady called Dr. Casola turned up and said, listen, I've done this operation. I want to meet him with my staff and to do the operation. They said, and they were debating because it was going to cost a lot of money. Just shows you we're just numbers and we're priceless, aren't we? In Britain, they would turn me off straight away, can't afford to run it. So anyway, Dr. Casola did the operation, angled me because it's cerebellum in the back of the head. Sorry about the cat, but lights and support for me. So she did the operation, and they just come out. And sadly, they brought my son, was working with SEAL Team 6, flew him over from America. Danny, 80 Ks up in the mountains, the Maritime Alps. So where's this going? So what I want to tell you about is that, you know, I'm switched off. I don't really give a shit. I'm switched off. It's what you're leaving behind. My wife and daughter, my son flew in from America halfway through a major exercise. What's going on here? Well, go and see your dad. We're going to turn him off. So just think about that when it happens to you and you're, as Dom said about, you know, other people, you know, what we leave behind, or the people that are running these stands here, how they're here to help, is what you don't realise. When I was switched off, and I'm on life support for 40 days, by the way, I don't know jack shit, I was full of all sorts, but my daughter trying to see her dad for the last time, my son, and obviously what my wife went through, so, excuse me, it wasn't easy. But, you know, after that, I sort of thought to myself, right, I'm insignificant. I'm a waste of time. I was the family. I did all these sports. I was the hero and making athletes superb. And now I am this zero. So that's what's hard. When it comes down to it, it's down to family and support. And when I got home, I just wanted to end my life. Sorry, right? Because I was a zero. And we've all been through it. And I know what you guys from the Blue Light Services do, because I work with a fire brigade and know my friends chiseled a foot off an accelerator when a guy ended his life. So I know what stress is and the low end of life feels like. And I've been there. Thanks to the SPSA, when I come home, a wife that helped me, a son, and I can't even get up to take myself to the toilet, that low. Balance, cerebellum problems, and down to the SPSA and Paul Brain Clinic, it changed my life. So that's what you've got to know. So this cocky know-it-all, mental health, PTSD, I'm still doing under the psychologist for PTSD because, hey, I was born in 3 days away from 1958. I was born in 59. So mental health, PTSD, don't get that. What's that shit about? Different story now, isn't it, eh? To how I think. And my attitude towards people. So when I think about people that come and see me to care, and I think about lots and lots of things, and it was a fantastic thing from Rebecca, which I found out was doctor from Paul Hospital. She said, you know what the trouble is with you, Bernie, is there's big T's and there's little T's. And when we did our course, it was something that stuck with me for the rest of my life. So she's on maternity leave now, and she was, because thank you, through Spot, they sent me to all these different places to see psychologists. I said, mate, put the money in your pocket. Fucking waste of time. Excuse my language. But yeah, it was. You know, there's some people that sit at home, eat donuts, chocolate, want sympathy. I just sit there. I thought, this is shit. I don't want to listen to this. I want to get out on my bike. I want to get fit. I want to be something again. I don't want to be this zero. I want to be someone. Rebecca said, Bernie, big T's, that's you. Your trauma. The trauma you can do. You can deal with trauma. That's why Special Forces. That's why these guys. I could deal with that. Bernie, I've had the same sort of people, really small T's, feel exactly what you're feeling. Just remember that, Bernie. They feel exactly what you're feeling. So when you see someone and you say, oh, what's all this mental health? What's this PTSD? Don't get it. And I think through the charity, the support I've had gave me a life, really. Because I could sit at home, watch telly, get fat, be nobody, be a zero, or I can get up there and work with the carers. And these people around here today, without being rude, but I've got to tell how it is, either you're here to make money or you're here to help people. That's how I look at it. I am sorry. Someone said I was black and white. Bernie, since you had a stroke, you're just black. Sorry about that. But I do tell it how it is. I've been around the block a lot. I've been involved in sports psychology. I've worked with some of the best in the world, and it's not been easy, sort of dropping off, basically. And it's very hard when you've been right up there. And I heard the other day about Made in Chelsea stars got PTSD, an Olympic rower who's now working for an insurance company's got PTSD. And I said, oh, what a load of old crap that is. And now I've got to pause and say, well, is it? Or have they got it? Because my attitude, remember, I'm nearly 66, my attitude was, well, that's you, Bernie, that's your opinion. Think about what Rebecca said, big T's and little T's, okay, the trauma that people experience. And, you know, I could be at home now, like I say, Spot could be around visiting me, how are you coping, Bernie, and I could feel sorry for myself and all that, but he knows I'm not that individual. I kind of like a nice kick up the arse and get on with life. And it was like the best thing I've ever done. I forgot the slide, but the Adaptive Grand Slam, I can't remember if I don't remember, but the Adaptive Grand Slam, which is headed by, if you look it up, the Adaptive Grand Slam is headed by Martin Hewitt. Sadly, he was a power officer, but he was a Scouser, so he got away with it. We have some great banter. And I was brought along, I was a somebody again. I don't want to be fucking on YouTube and be famous. I just want to be something within. So Martin said, would you manage and look after all the bikes? And through Spot, he sent me on a bike mechanics course, even though the brain couldn't deal with the exams very easy. I had to do the exams that day, because I go to bed, wake up, and I'm like a fucking goldfish. I didn't know what happened. But Spot helped me with that. And I went away to where the Ineos base is, where Tom Pidcock, they trained all their bikes, through Martin Hewitt. And we had lovely guys. There was a guy there, 30 and 24 from the rifles. He got Stefan, both his legs blown off in an IED. Martin got shot through the shoulder. And I trained these guys. They basically just recently rode the Great Divide. Positive, being somebody, okay? And they made me feel somebody again because I was there. And just to let you know where this story goes, for me now, I've just been employed at David Lloyd Paul in the physio centre. Can't do 8 hours days because I go to bed about 7:30 because of this. I'm now the exercise physiologist. I've got a job. And that's where it comes from. I hope that's interesting to you, but I'm just telling you where it can go to and where you can take life. Thank you for your time.
I'm sure you agree, two inspiring speakers. So can we say thank you once again to Bernie and Don. We'll have the guys back up on stage at the end of the session and we can bombard them with some questions then. But I think there's a couple of takeaways came out of that from both of them. And that's about recognising the people who can help you, the crucial role that families and friends give in supporting and helping you through tough times. And it's also about reaching rock bottom but climbing back out the abyss. Some really strong messages in there, so thank you guys. And I know those weren't easy presentations to make, so thank you very much. Right, moving on. We are really pleased to be able to welcome back a speaker who's very familiar to those of us who have been involved with On Track over the years. Former Army officer, now retired, but now a full-time reservist. He's now busy working with veterans who have suffered traumas and injuries. He is a former Army major. He brings an innovative approach to mindfulness. He's delivered presentations across defence and other government organisations, to universities and to schools. He's also a proper rock star. He has delivered mindfulness sessions at Glastonbury and Camp Festival, and you know he loves to harp on about that. Can you please welcome to the stage Captain Dr. Pat Burgess, MBE. Cheers, buddy.
Thank you very much. God, that was quite an intro, wasn't it? I'm not going to live up to that, by the way, just so you all know. Awesome, guys, by the way. Thank you very much. Hello. Is that it, is it? Hello. Everyone all right? Good. Lovely to see you. Okay, I'm Pat. Just Pat. That's it. That's all we need to know. And I'm here to talk to you about a very misunderstood subject called mindfulness. There are a load of people that think they know what mindfulness is. I'm probably going to change your view on that now and show you what mindfulness really is. It's not about colouring books. It's not about... there's all sorts of strange ways that people tend to paint mindfulness, but mindfulness is an accessible tool that's accessible to anybody, anytime, any place, anywhere. And from my own personal experience, it's an incredibly powerful thing to know how to immerse myself in it. So, firstly, I'm going to start off with in fact, this talk is going to probably change the way you see the world, okay? It's probably going to challenge some of your beliefs. Now, what I'm asking for you on this talk, what I don't want you to do is to follow me out of the room in a minute as my apostles and as we go and change the world and convert everybody to mindfulness. I'm not really wanting you to do that, but what I'd really like you to do during this talk is to have open minds to what I'm about to talk to you about, because it will and can be so powerful that it can change the way you view the world. So are you all with me on that? This talk is slightly interactive, and when I say interactive, what that means is I'm going to interact with you, and I'm really hoping that you're going to interact back with me when I come to questions as well, all right? So hopefully we'll all get along, and this will be great. But I want your key takeaway at the start here is open minds. Everyone happy with open minds? Okay, cool. It's about an hour long. About 55 minutes left. Only kidding. God, it's getting harder getting up these days. Okay, I do that at the start of every talk because just to demonstrate that belief of what people think mindfulness is, and also is the organisers are around wondering what the hell they've let themselves in for and who is up on this stage. Basically, people think that mindfulness is about getting in the lotus position and drifting off into a wow, man state. And I'm here to tell you that it's not that. It's about coming into the present moment. I'm going to start off with a definition of mindfulness, though, for those of you that don't know what it is. There's a guy called Jon Kabat-Zinn. Anyone who knows about mindfulness will know who he is. He's like the founding father of mindfulness in the Western world. He went over at the end of the Vietnam War because lots of Americans at that stage were really confused about what was going on in their country, who they were, and whether they'd won, or what winning meant, and all that kind of stuff. And they went over to the East to study the contemplative traditions. And when they were over there, Jon Kabat-Zinn stumbled upon this thing in the Buddha's Noble Eightfold Path. This is a completely secular presentation, by the way. It's not religious. It's just that mindfulness comes from the source of that. And he stumbled upon this thing called right mindfulness. Well, he realized you could apply that in a clinical setting. So he came back from the East, came to the West, and set up in the University of Massachusetts Hospital in the United States the mindfulness-based stress reduction clinic. So upstairs in the hospital, you've got clinicians, psychologists, psychiatrists, counselors trying to help people with mental health conditions. And if they were unable to help them, they would send them down to the basement to Jon Kabat-Zinn, and he'd put them on the 8-week MBSR course. The results? Astonishing. People started healing themselves. Jon Kabat-Zinn was giving them some very simple techniques, and they were applying those techniques to themselves, and when using them, were healing themselves. No need to lie down on the couch, tell anyone about my mother, my father, my grandparents, none of that. Just turning inwards and learning by applying these tools. Every mindfulness course that's taught on the 8-week program scale, pretty much across the world, is attributed to that man's work. So it's only right we use his definition up front. His definition of mindfulness: paying attention to the present moment, on purpose, non-judgmentally. Paying attention to the present moment, on purpose, non-judgmentally. That sounds easy, doesn't it? Let's start with paying attention. You're sort of paying attention, aren't you? I got some of your attention, I ain't got all of it though, have I? Because in your heads, you're thinking about other stuff whilst I'm talking, and things are distracting you around and about, because attention is a scarce resource, and it's very, very difficult to center it and direct it in one place. So even on first one, that's quite difficult. Paying attention to the present moment. When's that? Anyone? When's the present moment? Now, right now, absolutely. Do you know, hardly anyone spends any time in the present moment. They spend nearly all their time inside their mind, flick-flacking between a past and a future, and very rarely actually here, unless they're doing something where their next step could be their last, like an extreme sport or an operational tour. They are probably running through scenarios in their head and not actually here. So paying attention to the present moment on purpose, that's the kicker. That's that bit at the start where people think that you get into this lotus position and go, wow, man. And you drift off into your imagination, away from the real world and into your imagination. And mindfulness is not that. Mindfulness is the opposite of that. It's about coming out of your imagination, coming into the real world. And that's where the bliss is. But most people just miss it. So paying attention to the present moment on purpose, non-judgmentally. Good luck with that. I mean, you're all human beings, aren't you? You judge stuff. You put things into categories: good, bad, friend, foe, happy, sad, nice, not nice. All these different categories, and we do it very, very quickly. It's an evolutionary imperative. It's not anything wrong. It's what's kept the species going. But we've pretty much pacified the natural world, and our systems of survival are a little bit older. And so they're misfiring with some of the things that we're experiencing through media and stuff these days. So you'll see from that initial definition, mindfulness may not be quite as simple as you first thought. I like to have a definition that underpins this particular talk, just because it's relevant to what we're going to go through and talk about. So my definition of mindfulness for the purpose of this talk is your mind, your body, same place, same time, same focus. Your mind and your body in the same place at the same time and focused on the same thing. How often are your minds and your bodies in the same place at the same time? Now, if you're like the majority of the population, that's a very rare experience because, as I've said, we're in our minds flick-flacking between a past and a future, which are illusory and never spending any time actually here and actually now. And that's pretty ludicrous because our minds and our bodies are part of the same system. So this talk of mindfulness is going to explain that and show it to you in a much simpler form. As to how we can bring our minds and our bodies together into stasis and balance. Now, my interest in mindfulness came on the back of a punchy operational tour. I was the Viking Sergeant Major on Op Herrick 10, 11. I took 120 guys out with me. We came back with 3 less than 20% life-changing casualties across the squadron. And when the soldiers came back, I noticed that not only were there seriously physical damage done to the soldiers, psychologically, people were in a lot of distress. And they were going to the Department of Community Mental Health, DCMH, to try and get some assistance. But it was very early in the conflict, and DCMH weren't really set up to deal with them and didn't understand the soldiers' experiences. So they were unable to establish a therapeutic relationship with them. So I decided to do a degree in psychology, and my purpose in doing that was to then train to become a counsellor, so I could bridge the gap between the experience and the knowledge and help these folk. Well, whilst I was doing my degree, I was going through my psychology textbook and I stumbled upon this thing called mindfulness. Now, prior to starting my degree, I'd been reading a book by a guy called Eckhart Tolle called The Power of Now. Has anyone heard of Eckhart Tolle? Yeah, cool. Anyone? Yeah, so The Power of Now. So we've got some people out there who've read it. Well, I'll tell you what, that book blew my socks off. I thought I knew what was going on in the world around me until I read that book. And then I realized I'd been walking around with my eyes closed. And I looked at the mindfulness thing and I thought, that's the same thing that Tolle's talking about. So then, and this is trainable. So then I started learning more about mindfulness, went to Oxford, did a diploma in mindfulness, and then started to create my own mindfulness courseware, which is available across the whole of defence now for free. And I've trained trainers and we're delivering it. But that's not the important part of this. The important part of this is Eckhart Tolle. I'm going to take you back to Eckhart Tolle. In that book called The Power of Now, he talks about being on a train. Now, I need to establish a frame of reference. Has everyone been on a train before? Yeah? Okay. You don't have to laugh. It's all right. No, I just have to establish a frame of reference. Has everyone been on an underground train before? Yeah? Okay. Picture Eckhart Tolle. Underground train in London. That weird stirrup thing, he's holding on to that, and it's holding him still as the train moves, or he's moving with the motion of the train. It's a commuter train. It's packed. Everybody's trying to get to work in the morning. It's so packed, but most people are trying desperately not to make any eye contact or physical contact with anybody. I mean, there's always somebody there trying to touch people, but the majority of them are desperately trying not to make any eye or physical contact as they're moving along with the motion of the train. In the corner of the train is a lady. She's a bit scruffy and dishevelled by appearance, and she's got a pretty funky aroma going on. And she's having a conversation, but with nobody but herself. And she starts off really, really quiet, and then she gets really, really loud, and then she gets really, really quiet again, and then she's angry, and then she's really happy, and then she's really sad, and she's upset, and she's moving from subject to subject to subject, loud, quiet, angry, sad, happy, not happy, having a conversation with nobody but herself out loud, with no rhyme or reason or link between the conversations. Now, everyone in the train is starting to get a little bit uncomfortable and trying to create some space in this already packed carriage around this woman. The train stops at the next stop, the doors open, and nearly everybody exits that carriage. It's not even their stop. They just wanted to get away from that woman because she was making them feel uncomfortable. Anybody got any idea what could have been wrong with that woman? Anyone? Don't be shy. We're at a mental health event. Come on, give it a go. Dyspraxic, thank you. Anything else? Schizophrenia, beautiful, thank you. Anything else? Can I take the funny one out of the room? Someone's going to say it. She's not just very intelligent and trying to create some space on the train, all right? I'm not having it. That's not why I said it. And she hasn't got her pods in and listening to the phone. So what else could it be? Bipolar, awesome. The reason I asked that question, sorry, not to put you under pressure, but it takes the pressure off me, doesn't it? The reason why I ask you that question is because I want to draw attention to how much we now know about mental ill health and how much more informed we are than we ever were before. I painted a ridiculous little scenario there, and with that scenario, we were almost able to diagnose the issues that woman was facing. And to me, that's to the power of good, because we can therefore then, if necessary, signpost to some assistance. Now, when I was young, which was a couple of years ago, We only had one three-letter word that we could use. We never had all of those wonderful diagnoses and categories. And because I'm that bit older, I hope you'll forgive me using it. I would say, from the perspective of everybody on the train looking at that woman, that they thought she was mad. Because she was acting different to they were, and she was making them feel very uncomfortable. So from their perspective, she was mad. Now that leads me to an inevitable question. Less the funky aroma and the disheveled state, what's the difference between her and you? What is she doing that you don't? Talking out, expressing her thoughts, vocalizing her thoughts. Because I would argue that inside your heads every day, you have multiple conversations going on with multiple voices about multiple subjects. Some of them are loud, some of them are quiet, some of them are angry, some of them are happy, some of them are sad, and they move from subject to subject to subject with no real rhyme, reason, or control from yourself. She vocalizes, you don't. Who's mad? We're all a little bit crazy, you know. Not just me. We're all a little bit crazy, you know. The lunatic's taken over the asylum. The mind is running the show, and that does not have to be the case. This tremendous tool, mindfulness, can bring us into stasis and balance to see that. So we can see what's actually happening in the world, not just what our mind is saying is happening in the world. Now, this talk comes with 2 news flashes. News flash number 1, I'm going to deliver to you in a moment. News flash number 2, I'm going to deliver a sentence to you later on in this talk that is so powerful that it could change the way that you live your lives forever. It could change the way you perceive the world. It is that powerful. I'm not going to deliver it now. I'm delivering it later. That's how I can keep you in your seats. Do you like the way I did that? But the first one's still really quite important. You are not your mind. You are not your mind. Your mind is a tool for you to use. You own it. It does not own you. You should control it. It shouldn't control you. Unfortunately, the majority of the population have not received the brief, and they're being run by the minds. But you own your mind. Now, I'm not belittling your mind in any way here. Your mind is the most powerful instrument that has ever been created. You can build with it. You can design with it. You can think with it. You can imagine with it. You can plan with it. In fact, your mind is so powerful that it contains your entire universe. That's how powerful your mind is. But you own it. It doesn't own you, and you should be controlling it. It shouldn't be controlling you. Now, I'm going to over-explain something to you now. Don't forget I said I'm going to over-explain something. And then I'm going to give you some really simple instructions, and we're going to carry out something together as a demonstration. So in a minute, I want you to imagine that you're a cat. Meow! That is me being a cat. That is like watching a Lambda-trained actor burst on stage in front of your eyes and get into role. That was a really... No? No one with it? Okay, in a minute, I want you to be the cat waiting at a mouse hole. Why are cats at mouse holes? Anybody? Why are they there? To play? Play? Oh, maybe. What are they going to do when the cat comes out? What's the action that a cat does when a mouse comes out? Pounce, fantastic. In a minute, I want you to be the cats at the mouse hole, waiting for the mouse comes out. And when the mouse comes out, I want you to pounce on it. But the mouse for you is the very first thought that pops into your head. Remember I said I was going to over-explain it? Just did. Here's the simple instructions. All I want you to do in a moment is to close your eyes. Not now, just in a minute. And when the very first thought pops into your head, I want you to spring your eyes open like you're the cat catching the mouse. So all you're doing is closing your eyes. First thought pops into your head, spring your eyes open. Everyone got it? Everyone close your eyes. And when the very first thought pops into your head, spring your eyes open. If you're sleeping, it doesn't count. And if you heard my voice, there's a really good chance you had a thought. And if you haven't already done so, please open your eyes. Now, what normally happens there in the first 5 to 10 seconds is everybody's eyes spring open, and that is really slow. Because you're doing something incredibly unusual. You're watching your thoughts. Most people don't do that. Harvard University claim that you have between 40 and 60,000 thoughts a day going through your head. Between 40 and 60,000 thoughts. Don't ask me how they measure it. Not a clue. But they've put a figure on how many of those thoughts they believe are productive. And when I say productive, I mean it leads to a product, a tangible outcome. And now a little bit of self-reflection. Thinking of the thoughts that go through your heads every day, how many of those do you believe are productive? I'm going to provide you a percentage. I'll start off at 100, and I'm going to work my way down. And I'd just like you to indicate to me when I've reached your number, okay? Remember, the thoughts that are productive lead to a product, a tangible outcome. Here we go. Who's got 100% productive thoughts? 90, 80, 70, 60, 50, a couple of 50, 40, some 40s, 30, 20, 10, less than 10. Okay, interesting. What you've all demonstrated there is that we're all very aware that less than half of our thoughts every day are productive, lead to a tangible outcome. Everything that happens in your mind has an effect on your body, and everything that happens in your body has an effect on your mind. They're intrinsically linked. So everything that happens here happens there. They talk to each other. There's a key difference between the two bits. The body is incapable of lying. The body tells you the truth every single day. Every bit of feedback you get off it is accurate. Your mind, on the other hand, that lies to you every day. Tells you not good enough, strong enough, clever enough, attractive enough, interesting enough, sad enough. Tells you all sorts of things about yourself which aren't true. The body tells you the truth. Now, if you went for a night out in Bovington, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. If you went out for a night out in Bovington, the bustling metropolis that it is, I mean, I don't even think there's a drinking establishment anymore. Might be the Legion, right? Anyway, if you went out for a night out in Bovington, not that I'm belittling Bovington in any way, I love it. Anyway, moving on, and a bear jumped out in front of you, which is normal activity for a night out in Bovington. These guys over here will tell you, I'll have you know. You would immediately go into fight, flight, or freeze response. Everyone happy with the survival responses? Fight, flight, freeze. When the bear jumped out in front of you, you wouldn't get a chance to think. Your mind wouldn't get a chance to get involved. Your body would take over, and it would carry out the required action by sending the energy to the right parts of your body so that you could do what you needed to do. Now, contrary to popular belief and to lots of pamphlets and booklets and signs in countries where there are bears, you know, like if it's a brown bear, lie down. If it's a black bear, look demure. If it's a grizzly bear, look big. If it's a polar bear, you're dead. Contrary to all those posters, you wouldn't have an opportunity to consider it. Your body would take over, your mind wouldn't get a look in, all the energy would be sent to the correct parts of your body, and you would leg it. You would leg it. You'd be like Usain Bolt. You'd be gone, because all that extra energy would get you away much faster. What happens, though, if the fear or the anger or the energy that's turning around in your body is based on a thought, not on a real event? All this external stimulus that's coming in, all this stuff that challenges us, that makes us feel angry, that makes us feel us upset, that isn't actually happening at that moment in time. It's just happening inside our heads. What happens with that energy? It gets trapped. It gets stuck inside the body. There's a great book by a guy called Bessel van der Kolk called The Body Keeps the Score, and it shows how we can trap trauma in our bodies if we don't get an opportunity to discharge it. Animals, when they meet a traumatic situation, when they're escaping from the traumatic situation, they will shake to discharge the trauma. We resist shaking because we see it as a sign of weakness. They cry in their own way, not mainly tears like us, but we don't. We resist it. We hold it all inside, and that can be to our detriment. We need to let the natural system take over sometimes and allow our body to heal itself. Tears are healing. Anyway, Harvard, 40%. They claim that 40% of your thoughts every day are productive. And before you pat yourself on the back, if you got the number right, I just think that's Harvard talking about themselves because they think they're really clever. But what I really wanted to draw out of you there was the understanding that a lot of our thoughts are not productive, and some of them can be quite negative, and they can create a response in us. Now, I'm going to take you through a scenario now to show you how crazy our minds can become, and then I'm going to show you a really simple technique of how to bring us out of that fight, flight, freeze response. So you're no longer on the train. You'll all be pleased to know you're no longer on the train, but I've had a look round, and I'm pretty certain that you can all drive. You all drive cars? Or some of you might even be taking your test now up at Bovie, but you're all car drivers or know what it's like to be in a car. On your way to work, on a dual carriageway with a central reservation. So the speed limit is 70. Well done. That's the highway code bit ticked. I'll tick you all off as a group for that one. Well done. So 70 miles an hour. So you're in your car on a dual carriageway, central reservation, on the way to work, 70 mile an hour speed limit, as I've said, but you know you're going to be 5 minutes late. You're going to be 5 minutes late for work. You know that. I've made another little assumption of you all. I think you're all law-abiding, conscientious drivers. And I think that even though you know you're going to be late, you're not going to break the speed limit. Not you, because that's not the kind of people you are. You're doing 70 mile an hour. Admittedly, you're out in the outside lane trying to overtake as many cars as you can, but you're not breaking the speed limit. You know you're going to be 5 minutes late. That's just life. And then you see an unusual sign come up in front of you for British roads. Roadworks ahead. Who knew? 2 lanes are about to go into one. There's a contraflow system up ahead. Remember? Conscientious, law-abiding drivers. You know the sensible thing to do is to indicate left, move into the inside lane, and provided everybody does the same as you, you're going to glide through that contraflow system. You might have to slow down a little bit, but there'll be no bottlenecks. There'll be no stop-starting. So that's exactly what you do. You check your rearview mirror, you indicate left, you move into the inside lane. You check your rearview mirror again, everyone behind you is doing the same. Oh, fantastic. Pat on the back for you, pat on the back for them. And then you look at your wing mirror. Not everyone then. Oh no, there's a car now. Now that road is free, has pulled out into the outside lane, and it is racing down the outside lane now, trying to get a hold of everybody ahead of everyone else to cut in at the front. I won't tell you what make or model the car was, but if I say it didn't indicate when it pulled out, it might give you a rough idea what car it was. Anyway, this car is now in the outside lane, and it is racing down, trying to steal the march on everybody else. If you're a little bit self-aware, you may notice your heart rate changing, your breathing changing, because up here, you're doing a time and motion appreciation study. And you've worked out by the time you and that car coincide, arrive at the same place on that contraflow, it's going to be exactly the same time. Well, your heart rate's definitely changed now. Your breathing's changed. Your fists are clenched on the steering wheel, and your jaw's set because you've made a decision. I'm not letting them in. I am not letting that car in. I don't give a monkey's what happens. No way, no how. I am not letting them in. I can't believe they'd be so bloody rude. Everybody else was playing the game, moved into the inside lane. Oh, no, not them. They move into the outside lane with their big flash car racing down the outside lane. Well, I'm not letting them in. No way, no how. In fact, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to reserve my smuggest smile. And when I go level with them, I'm going to look across at them and I'm going to deliver it as I leave them in the outside lane. That's what I'm going to do. Anyhow, as it turns out, you're right. When you get to the contraflow, you and that car do coincide, but it's a fraction in front of you. And it cuts across in front of you, causing you to sharply apply your brakes. Rage is the only word I can use to explain what's going through you at that moment in time as you start beeping the horn and gesticulating out the window at the car driver in front. I can't believe they'd be so rude. I can't believe they'd be such a thing. They went round the outside lane in their big flash car. They cut across in front of me, could have caused an accident. Right, that's it. I'm chasing them. I'm going to chase after that car. I'm going to chase after that car. And when I draw level with it, I'm going to wind my window down because it's an old car. And I'm going to shout across at them what I think of them. Nah, not enough. Not enough. I'm going to chase after that car. I'm going to force it off the road. I'm going to get out of my car. I'm going to get over to their car. I'm going to reach into their car. I'm going to pull them out the window. I'm going to put them on the bonnet. And I'm going to tell them what I think of them. All of that rage erupting. What if I was to tell you that the anger that you experience at that moment only lasts for a fraction of a second? What if I was to tell you that the only thing that keeps it alive is the story you're telling it? I can't believe they'd be so rude. I can't believe they'd do this. Everyone was doing this. Everyone was doing that. I'm going to chase them. I'm going to do this. All that you're doing is putting fuel on a fire and enabling it to blaze brighter and brighter and brighter. Interesting thing about fire, the very first thing it consumes is the vessel that it starts in. So the only person that's getting hurt at that moment in time is you, as you flood your body with rage and toxins that you can't discharge at that moment in time. Another thing that happens is you lose access to 2 really important parts of your brain. You lose access to a portion of your memory and the prefrontal cortex, where appropriate decision-making takes place. I'm now going to take you through a technique that can bring you out of fight, flight, and freeze in very short order and bring us into stasis and balance. Now then, this is the funky part of the talk. Now, I've delivered this talk all over the place. I've delivered it around defence. I've delivered it to schools. I've been in prison. I've been visiting to do the talk. I know they look like prison tats. They're not. And what I can tell you about this particular practice is if you do this practice, take part in this practice, you will receive benefit from it. I guarantee you will receive benefit from the practice. But I have to do this caveat up front because some of the audiences can be quite resistant. If it's not your thing and you're really not interested in doing this, please be respectful to everyone around you and don't nudge them and start winding them up during it, because this is a real opportunity to practice something quite meaningful. Thank you for that. So what I'd like you to do, please, I need you to slightly adjust your postures. Now, I promise you can do all this with your footwear on. There's no whale music coming in. There's no incense. You can do all this from the comfort of your own chairs. What I'd like you to do is make sure you've got good contact the floor with both your feet, please. So both feet on contact with the floor. And moving slightly away from the back of your chairs. The reason for this is, remember I said our minds and our bodies are intrinsically linked? If your body is paying attention, your mind is likely to pay attention. If you slouch back in your chair, your mind will slouch and go off and do its own thing. So a posture of dignified attention with our heads up, and I don't mean foreheads up, it's like you've got a bit of string attached to the top of your head and it's pulling your spine straight. Shoulders are relaxed. You might have to work on that. We hold a lot of tension in our traps, so allowing them to rest down. And arms and hands rested either in the lap or interlinked, wherever you're comfortable with them. And the final preparation is to remove your most dominant sense, so your sense of vision. 50% of your attention goes to vision, so I'm going to ask you to close your eyes. Now, if you're really uncomfortable closing your eyes, just adopt a soft focus, but closed eyes is better. So with that posture, I now want you to turn your attention to your breathing. I want you to notice where the air is coming in through the nose or the mouth, where it contacts the back of the throat, the rise and the fall of the chest, and the rise and the fall of the abdomen, the belly. All of your attention is now focused on your breathing. Now, you're not trying to breathe. This isn't Wim Hof, it's not box breathing. Your body has been breathing without your input for your entire life. So become the observer of the physical feelings and sensations of breathing. So notice, if you're breathing through the nose, is there more air up one nostril than the other, or is it even? If you're breathing through your mouth, can you feel the passage of the air over the lips, the teeth, the tongue? Then there's that contact at the back of the throat, and then the lungs start to fill, and the chest will rise, the belly, the abdomen will push out. Now we have a terrible tendency to stick our chests out and hold our bellies in. Not during this, please. Let it all hang out. Allow the belly to loosen so the bottom part of your lungs can fill with the in-breath. And then at the end of the in-breath there's a space, a gap, a silence. And then the reverse happens. As the belly and the chest flatten down with the lungs expelling the air, and they leave via the nose or the mouth, slightly warmer than when they came in. And then there's another space, gap, silence. And then the whole thing happens all over again. All of your attention now focused on your breathing. Now your mind's going to want to get involved here. Maybe things that have happened already today, things that may happen later, noises in and around you. Don't worry. It's what minds like to do. Your job is to notice. And when you notice your mind being distracted elsewhere, just guide it gently under your control back to the physical feelings and sensations currently on the breath, and now more specifically in the area of the abdomen, the belly, as it rises and falls in conjunction with your breath. All of your attention is now there. And on the next out breath, I want us to send our attention down through the hips, down through the legs, and all the way down to where your feet are in contact with the floor. feeling the contact between your feet and the surface of the floor. And as you start to attend to your feet, you may notice a tingling sensation, a bit like pins and needles. You may notice heat or cold, or maybe contact between your feet, your socks, your footwear, the floor. You may, of course, notice none of these things, and that's fine. As long as you're aware of the location of your feet without looking, as long as you can feel them, that's enough. Here again, your mind's going to want to get involved. And if it tries 100 times to take your attention away, when you notice, that's your job. Guide it gently back without any opinion to the physical feelings and sensations 100 times or more if necessary, as we leave our feet behind now and travel up through the legs, past the knees, through the upper legs, and to where our bottoms are in contact with the chair. Feeling that contact between your bottom and the surface that you're sat on. Aware of the work that gravity is doing right now, holding you in place on this planet as it hurtles through space spinning. That downward pressure has transferred through your body and all the way down to the 2 sit bones. Now here again, your mind's going to want to get involved. It's a little bit like a small child or a puppy tugging at your sleeve, trying to get your attention to something it thinks is far more interesting. When you notice, that's your job. Guide your attention gently back with a smile. Don't chastise, to the physical feelings and sensations as we leave the bottom behind and travel up the spine, across the shoulders, down through the arms, and into the super sensitive hands. One of the most sensitive parts of the body, the hands, and as you start to attend to them, you may feel that tingling sensation again like you did in the feet, or maybe a pulsing in conjunction with your blood flow. You may feel heat or cold, contact between hand and leg. Still you may feel nothing, and still that's fine. As long as you're aware of the location of your hands without looking, as long as you can feel them, that's enough. Here again, the mind will tug at the sleeve, and here again, when you notice, smile gently. Guide your attention back to the physical feelings and sensations as we leave our hands behind and travel to the outer extremities of our body, the skin. Feeling where your skin comes into contact with your clothing and the outside air. That subtle touch of fabric against skin and the temperature change against the exposed skin. Aware of the space that your body is inhabiting, noticing its edges. Here again, the mind may tug at the sleeve, and here again, when you notice, guide your attention gently back to the physical feelings and sensations as we leave the skin behind and travel back into the hands. From the hands to the bottom. From the bottom to the feet. From the feet to the abdomen. The rise and the fall of the chest. The in-breath and the out-breath. And in a moment, I'm going to invite you to open your eyes. And when I do, just bring that feeling of inhabiting the body into the room as we very slowly open our eyes and end the practice. And open your eyes. Now, I'm hoping that was quite a relaxing experience for everybody. those of you that have those kind of watches that measure your heart rate and your breathing and stuff, you might find that it all sort of slowed down a little bit there. Because what happened there is your body can turn and return to stasis and balance there. That's how the human body should feel at rest. Most of the time, your body is being agitated by a mind telling you stories about things that aren't happening at that moment in time, and your body is responding and reacting. But if you're paying attention to the body and not the mind, it can bring you into stasis and balance because the body knows it's safe. Did you all notice your minds? Quite busy, aren't they? Like trying to cut away, do other stuff, and keep you occupied. Were you all, though, even if only for a fraction of a second, able to gather your attention and focus it on a part of the body I was talking about before it went away again? Did everyone manage that? Yeah? Then congratulations, you bunch of hippies. You've just meditated. Because that is the principle of meditation. Your mind, your body, same place, same time, same focus. Your mind's trying to take your attention elsewhere. You notice, you bring it back to the body. It tries to go away again. You notice, you bring it back, backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards. The more and the more you do it, the easier and the easier it becomes. And then you gain something. In between the stimulus and reaction is something that pretty much everybody's looking for. A little bit of peace. Will my mind just shut up for a couple of minutes, please? And in that space, you can find it. And the more you do it, the easier it is to get there, and the more that space can expand. It's a little bit like walking through a field where no one's ever walked before. You open the gate and you walk through the grass. It's untrampled. And then you turn around and you look behind you and you'll see a faint trace where you've just walked. If you keep walking backwards and forwards across the same piece of grass, eventually you'll create a pathway. And that's exactly what's happening in your brains. If you do a repetitive activity, you create new neural pathways. Another example of it is like logging onto a computer, going onto your favorite search engine and searching for a particular site. The first time you do it, it takes a little while to get there. Now, provided you don't delete your history, and you go back on and search for the same site the next day, you'll get there quicker because the pathways already exist on the computer because the computer's modeled on the human brains. It shouldn't be a surprise. And then we get there quicker to that little bit of stasis and balance. Now, I said you could do this in a car. Don't close your eyes. Potentially fatal. But what you can do when you're in the car is, where are my hands? Oh, they're on the steering wheel. Where's my bottom? It's on the seat. Where are my feet? They're on the pedals. I'm perfectly safe at this moment in time. There's nothing for me to react to. Then you regain access after getting stasis and balance to those two really important parts of your brain. A portion of the memory, prefrontal cortex, appropriate decision making. Maybe it's not such a good idea to chase after that car. Maybe in that car there's someone being rushed to hospital who's really poorly. Maybe in that car is a cage fighter. In which case, it's probably not such a good idea to try and drag them out and put them over the bonnet. Anyway, you can see this is a very useful technique for bringing us back into stasis and balance. And I use that as an extreme example, but you'll have all done exams in your time, where you sit down in an exam hall and you've got your exam paper turned over so you can't read it, and there's some space between you and the other people so that you can't hand notes to each other and cheat. And then the adjudicator at the front says, you may now turn over your paper. You turn over your paper, you write your name at the top, that's 1 point for free, provided you spell it right, and then you read the first question. I have absolutely no idea what that's talking about. I've been studying this subject for 3 months now, and I have no recollection of anyone ever teaching me that. You start to feel a little bit uncertain. You read the next question. Oh my God, I don't know anything about that one either. Then the next one, and then you start looking around the room. Am I in the right class? Is this even my exam paper? And you start to tighten up. What's happening there is you're going into freeze mode because you're petrified by some writing on a piece of paper. I'm just going to run that sentence past you again, just in case you didn't pick up how ridiculous it is. You're going into survival mode because you're petrified by some writing on a piece of paper. All you need to do at that moment in time, quickly close your eyes, send your attention to your breath, down to the feet, back bottom, hands, skin, back in the opposite direction. It's called the contact point meditation. Open your eyes, back in stasis and balance, regain access, prefrontal cortex, portion of the memory. I guarantee you'll have the answer to your question. It's not a shortcut to revision, by the way, sorry. You still have to put the information in there in the first place, but it makes the retrieval easier, because if you were an athlete who was about to run the 800 meters, and you tightened up all your muscles on the start line, when you started running, you wouldn't get very far very fast. Athletes, before they start races, stand, close their eyes, and breathe, and try to get themselves into a flow state so that they can move faster. And that's exactly what you have to do with your brain in those kind of situations. If it's going to tighten up, relax it. Breathe. Bring yourself into stasis and balance, and then it can gain access to those bits, the missing parts, the memory and the prefrontal cortex. That's not just useful for there. Here's its everyday application. People are afraid of a lot of stuff. And most of the stuff that people are afraid is stuff that isn't actually happening at that moment. It's stuff that they're projecting into the future. And they're afraid of it. You know, people are afraid of going to the doctors. People are afraid of going to the dentist. They're afraid of flying. They're afraid of enclosed spaces. They're afraid of open spaces. Let's take the dentist. It's a favourite. Not many people like going to the dentist. So you go into the dentist, you're only going for a checkup, and you sit down on the dentist chair, and you're having a little look around the walls, and then in the other room you suddenly hear a sound. That's it. You're off your chair. You're ready to leg it because you don't want to be involved in that. Remember, you're only there for a checkup. All you need to do at that moment in time, close your eyes, send your attention down to your feet, bum, hands, skin, back in the opposite direction. Maintain stasis and balance. You're asking your body, what is actually happening at this moment in time? And your body says, nothing. I'm perfectly safe. I'm sat in a wonderful waiting room. There's some beautiful oral health posters around the wall that I can browse. On the table are some magazines that are 10 years old that someone's kindly donated. I can flick through them if I wish. But I am perfectly safe at this moment in time. There is nothing for me to react to. And that brings you back into the stasis and balance. And you can use that anytime, any place or an area. You don't even have to close your eyes, and you can just use your feet, attention to the feet. Contact point meditation practice, freebie. oneworldmindfulness.co.uk. You'll find it there. Woohoo! Nice link. Anyway, here we go. You all thought you were here today for the on-track presentation at the Tank Museum. Look, I'm really sorry. Tom, Kev, all you organisers, all you people that are sat in front of me now, the universe has played a massive trick on you. Everything that has happened in your lives leading up to this moment have happened because of this next sentence. You are here to hear this next sentence that could change your lives forever, that could change the way you perceive the world forevermore. Now, I have to carry this sentence around with me. It's a bit hefty, and I get these opportunities every now and again to deliver it to an audience. So I'm going to deliver it to you. So if you're going to fall asleep at any stage during the talk, see that guy there with his eyes closed? Give him a quick nudge because this is really important. Yeah, you? Yeah, that's it. Cool. Get your eyes open. This is really important, right? This is for you and well as everybody else. What I need you to do is be prepared because it's coming. All right, here we go. The sentence. Okay, here it comes. Ready? You only live now. You look a bit underwhelmed. You only live now. Right this second is the only second you can possibly be alive. Nothing happens outside of this present moment. It is physically impossible. The future is a figment of your imagination that you create, and the past is just your perception of events that have been. That doesn't mean you weren't there, but when you were, it was in the present moment. When you look back on it, it's just your perception of the events that have been. And don't be surprised if it's different from someone else that was there at the same time. You're only alive in this one moment, evolving moment. You couldn't physically be anywhere else. It's physically impossible. Now, that takes a little bit of mind bending. So I'm going to help you. Let's start with the past. There's a great experiment carried out at City University in London. They brought in a load of postgraduate students to do some hand-eye coordination, psychometric testing in the morning. At lunchtime, the tutor came in and said, because you've been such a good group, we're all going to go to the pub for lunch to celebrate. Woo, they're all excited. They're off to the pub. So they're off down the pub. This is where the real experiment's going to happen. They get to the pub and they're sat in a semicircle, a horseshoe shape, with a perfect view of the bar. They've ordered their food. They're having a little drink whilst they're waiting for it to arrive and having a natter. Into the pub walk two actors, playing the role of not very gentle gentlemen. They're good actors. They walk in. They start to have an argument after they've ordered their drink, which turns into an altercation, which turns into a full-blown pub fight. I'm talking 8 minutes, frantic physical activity. There were heads, knees, elbows, teeth, fists, you name it. These dudes were going for it. Everyone in the group's got a perfect view of the fight. In the group is one person, a stooge. They've been planted. In the middle of the fight, they shout out, "Knife!" 8 minutes of frantic physical activity is over. The not-so-gentle gentlemen leave the pub. The police immediately burst on the scene and segregate everybody. They carry out eyewitness interviews. Not one person told the same story as the person next to him about what they'd just witnessed. They all had a different recall of the fight. Some people said there was a knife present when there was no knife. You're watching the same brief from the same person, but you're seeing something slightly different from the people next to you. Because unless you're from the same immediate family, you have a different biological upbringing. Unless you come from the same house, same street, same town, same village, same school, you have a different environmental upbringing. And even if those two things match someone else in this room, you've all experienced different things to each other. So you have a different experiential upbringing. And that means you see the world based through your eyes, based on your biology, your environment, and your experience. And I'm narrowing on purpose. So taking that knowledge back to the fight in the pub then, who was telling the truth? Everyone. They were all telling their truth. And there's this fantastic statement that there is no such thing as truth, there is only perspective. Your perspective. And when you look back on the past, it's just your perception of events that have been, and don't be surprised if it's different from someone else's. Now to the future. Wake up in the morning, toothpaste on the toothbrush, brushing the teeth, looking in the mirror. Manual? Electric. That's right, it's just my bit of visual humour. You don't have to laugh. It just keeps me occupied when I'm up here. So whilst you're brushing your teeth in the morning and looking in the mirror, what's going on up here? What are we doing? Planning our day. Thank you very much. We're planning our day and thinking of the possible things that could happen, which turns into scenarios, then turns into like a movie. You've got like a movie going on inside your own head, and you're in the starring role, and you know that you've got all these things to do that day, and one of them's a meeting with somebody, and you're not particularly keen about it, and you know there might be some chest poking and agitation, and your heart rate's changing now, and your breathing's changing, and then you know a little bit later you're going to see someone that you love dearly. You haven't seen them for ages, and you can visualize yourself in slow motion running along the beach towards them, with your arms outstretched, that hug, that overwhelming feeling of love running through the body. And then there's another scenario, and there's another scenario. I mean, it's amazing everyone gets out of the bathroom in the morning with all this stuff going on inside their heads. But let's say, for a moment, you were self-aware enough to wipe away the slaver. That's a term used in some northern parts of the country. And write down everything you thought that was going to happen that day, the way you thought it was going to happen, including the outcomes. And then came back in the evening to review that list. How many of those things would be accurate? It would be a very small percentage, if any at all, because the future is a figment of your imagination. You create it. So, if the future is a figment of your imagination that you create, and the past is just your perception of events that have been, and you only live right here, right now, right this second, who's got any problems? Nobody. That's right. We create them all for ourselves. Now, that's not to say that we don't meet challenging circumstances in our lives. We absolutely do. You've heard them this morning. But when we meet them, we go through them, round them, under them, in the present moment. Our issues arise when we create problems and we forecast them into our future and we base them on our only reference point, the past. We're constantly taking the past and throwing it in front of us like it's a pathway and living through it like it's the future and paying no attention to the only moment we're alive, this moment. We miss it. Now, my ex-wife used to wake up in the morning, open the curtains and look outside. And if it was raining, she would turn to me and she would say, "God, it's a miserable day out there." And I would wait for the response, normally a slap, when I would reply by saying, "The weather is just the weather, my dear. It's you that's bloody miserable." And maybe that's why she's my ex-wife. Who knows? But what I'm trying to point out by that example is that the weather's just the weather. Rain just falls from the sky. It's got no mood. It's got no intention. It's not unhappy. It's not miserable. It just rains. The sun is not beautiful, glorious, or wonderful. Contrary to popular belief, try going to Australia during bushfire season and tell me, is the sun beautiful, glorious, or wonderful? We create the labels and the judgments on all these things, and then we see the way through the world through those eyes. Now, I'm not talking positive American psychology here. I'm not talking when you wake up in the morning after you've brushed your teeth, that you look in the mirror, give yourself a sideways smile and a wink and say, God, I'm gorgeous, and this is going to be an amazing day. Ching! Because I have to tell you, that is also doomed to failure. What I'm asking you to do is take away the preconceived judgments, take away the future-gazing problems, and see what's actually there. And you will be astonished by what you find. This life is a bloody miracle. You can't write the script. You wake up one day. You're not even present at your birth. Who remembers? You wake up one day and you're surrounded by stuff in an environment that, provided we don't mess around with it anymore, the sun shines, it rains, things grow, things eat the things that grow. Some of us eat the things that grow, and all that happens with no input from us inside this phenomenal instrument, not just this one, but I'll grant you it's phenomenal, this phenomenal instrument that is the body. It breathes, the blood pumps, the heart moves. If you cut it, it heals itself, and all of it happens without any input from us, and we miss it. Because we're forecasting into a future that's a figment of our imagination based on our past that was a perception of events, and never actually here, living this present moment. Now, I'm not a particularly religious man, but I reckon there's a judgment day at the end of all this, and I reckon you get to look in a massive mirror. So if you're into PT, bonus, extra bonus at the end of it, get to look in a massive mirror and you ask yourself the question, how did I get on? And if when you look in that mirror you realize that you spent nearly all your life forecasting into a future based on a past and not spending any time in the only moment that you were actually given, the only moment you were actually alive, I think you may have wasted your life. And that's why that ridiculous little sentence is so important. You only live now. So try turning up. Use your 5 physical senses to ground you in the present moment so you can experience what's actually happening. Use your mind, but don't let it use you. Most people, if they go to a meeting, they will, on their way to a meeting, be it an indoor or an outdoor space, as they're walking into the meeting, they're not noticing their external environment because in their heads they're already in the meeting. They know where they're going to sit, who they're going to sit next to, what the topic of the conversation is, what people are going to say, what they're going to say. They get into the meeting, they sit down in their appointed seat, meeting starts, gone. What am I going to do for tea tonight? What am I having at the weekend? What am I going to do here? And then back in the room for the speaking part, back out again. Oh, I've got a holiday coming up, I've got this coming up, the dogs are all right. All of this stuff going on inside our heads. We're never here. What is wrong with now? It's the only moment you ever get. This is it. There's no rehearsal. It's not called the present moment for nothing. It's a gift. And so experiencing that gift and this amazing tool, this mindfulness, you can use that to help ground yourself in the present moment. To use the physical senses to work out what's actually going on, to notice when your mind is catastrophizing, to notice when it's trying to forecast you into a future when you're sat in perfect safety, and bring yourself back into stasis and balance and enabled to have access to your full faculties. And that's the end of that talk, unless, of course, there are any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Pat. I'll get you to stay there, and we'll get Dom and Bernie back up on stage, and we'll do some questions. That's the 4th time I've listened to that presentation from Pat, and
Sorry.
it's evolved over the years. Trust me, it has evolved. He doesn't just deliver the same thing every time. but I never, ever failed to get something from it. And one of the things that Pat says that always sticks in my mind is we're all looking for a bit of peace. I mean, how true is that? Pat mentioned a book called The Power of Now. This anorak, after Pat's first talk, went out and bought it and read it, and I can recommend it. It is good.
I don't get any royalties.
I think Pat's on commission. And I think the last thing that Pat said, and to me it's such a great bit of advice, and that's live in the moment. It's the best place to be. So thank you once again, Pat. So can we have another round of applause? Right. William, get Bernie up on stage anyway.
Good to meet you, mate.
That was really good. Pat.
Thank you.
So,
Scared everyone off, see?
No.
yeah.
What did I do?
Yeah, you frightened Dom off, so I don't know what it is you've done. I'll kick off with a question. Unfortunately, a lot of them have had to go now, but there's been a lot of young soldiers in here this morning. And we've all been there, the invincibility of youth. It's never going to happen to us. We're okay. Nothing can break us. And we truly believe that. So what advice would you give to your younger self, knowing what you know now? Bernie?
I think, well, I joined the services at the age of 16 and left the East End, and I was kind of dyslexic. I've only just found that out. But you live sort of a bit insecure in life, and I think the thing is what I've learned over the years is the journey ahead. And I mean, I remember being a prefect, and I was supposed to read the Bible in front of the school, and I turned down being a prefect because I didn't have the confidence to do it. So, but I'd never talk about that years and years ago, and coming up to 66 now, I'm sort of very proud of the little world I'm in and what I've achieved. So the journey for you guys, because that's what it's all about, it's about us helping you, is just, you know, look at yourself, where you're at, and what you are, what you've achieved, and just remember that people around you and the assistance around you is to make you someone better. And so long as you're taking it in, and it's great what people have been saying about that, you know, nothing's perfect out there. It is a journey, and you will trip up, you will fall over, but you'll learn from it. And just as long as you learn from it, you've got a great future. Stick with it.
That's a good bit of advice. Say, former Royal Navy engineer, I used to tell my apprentices, you're allowed to make a mistake, just not the same one again and again. So Dom, the question was, we talk about, you know, the young soldiers, we're all invincibility of youth. We all think nothing's going to break us. If you could have a word with your younger self, what would it be?
I think just a bit of self-belief. You can do this. And that whole classic saying, and I've only just found out recently, again, things going back, that you are enough. You can do it. Just have a bit of self-belief. And the one thing really is, and I think as I said it, just start. Just do it. Until you've taken that first step, gather a bit of momentum, you're surprised what you can achieve yourself.
Pat?
Deal with what's in front of you. Just deal with what's in front of you. Stop worrying about things that might come. Everyone believes there's this great thing about planning this and planning that and the other. And yes, of course, use your mind as a planning tool. But notice when your mind is trying to use you and catastrophize about things that aren't happening, deal with the thing that's in front of you at the time, and doing that one step at a time, and having that belief in yourself, and making that one step. You know, the Navy SEAL that does the whole make your bed every day thing, that kind of thing. And then that just can take you forward in your life, and just believe in yourself.
Okay. Any questions from the floor? Do you want to introduce yourself?
So my name's Nick. I'm recently taken over as the Armed Forces Programme Coordinator at Dorset Council. Pat, you'll remember me arm wrestling for 50 quid about 3 or 4 months ago in a pub in Weymouth. I didn't win that arm wrestle either, did I? My mind wasn't in the now, was it? So in terms of what we were taught as, I'm a veteran. I was 27 years in the Royal Navy and spent some time in the British Army as well. There was always this, going through training, this instruction that we had that was, shut up, you're not paid to think. How is that now being transferred back into the armed forces? I'm thinking from how that's going to work from my perspective, how I take that generation of you're not paid to think, transferring from military into civilian life, you're not paid to think, expecting somebody to think on their behalf. Now I know you two guys come from a very think-generated, excuse the pun, I'll just pick that one out of the air. You are paid to think. You have to pay to think because you're responsible for your actions. And in terms of what you're delivering, Pat, to the armed forces and the MOD, how do you convince all of those instructors who have that mindset of you're not paid to think to transfer that back into the training environment that actually the term is you are paid to think, actually thinking saves lives? Is that easy? Is that something that you're able to influence?
Well, I've got a good point on that. That's a very good question, by the way. I joined up with a guy called Gowan Ross. We were baggy arses back then, SC3 rates in 83, 84. And Gowan basically passed the SBS course and he failed at the end. They said, you're too young. And your question's really good. A lot of officers were failed through, we don't think you're the right person, all that. And Gowan Ross took over training, and that was a key point. He said, when we join this lot, it's not about being Rocky and Rambos. It's about you're paid to think under extreme circumstances. And I know, speaking on behalf of all the SF guys and whatever rank you're in, you're all doing the same. You are paid to deal with adversity, but make sure, as where we come from, is that you can look after your team, and that's the hard part. So basically, you are paid to think, and if you're not teaching that, then go and get your your armour on and get your horse, and off you go, because that's what they did. Our generation now is not about Rocky Rambos and tats and looking the business. It's about being knowledgeable and deal the confrontation in front of you and how well you can look after each other, if that helps.
I think for me, same sort of issue really. I'd probably use a sporting analogy because cricket was my big thing, and the Australians always believed that if you're good enough, you're old enough. And English cricket, English rugby was all the same. It's only now that I think in general society people are being brought in at really young ages. The guy we talked about who was dealing the resilience programme, he was the psychology coach for British and Irish Lions and the Welsh rugby team. He brought Sam Warburton down to Poole to have a talk with one of the really young troop commanders because he's really unsure about whether he was old enough or experienced enough to be in charge of Wales and then the British Lions. So ours is very different, you're right. And I think the classic one for me is, unlike the crap you see on the Who Dares Wins programme, that's just like basic training. We don't train people like that. Once you're in, you're given the opportunity. And certainly when I was at TSM, we had a lad joined. He was like, who went to Norway the last time? Who's the most current trained? Oh, Dino. I've only been here 5 minutes. Well, you're it, mate. You're in the big boys game now. This is your opportunity. And I think it's just giving that freedom of manoeuvre that people are now. And I don't know whether it's in the British Army, but certainly in our community, once you're in, you're the designated expert. Go away and deliver it. Allow that thought process and that confidence. And Steve, best mate on selection, I was in 4-5 Commando with him. He's now a doctor, PhD, helping deliver this course with a professor. We'd have both been diagnosed with ADHD at school. Through our Marines care, people say, well, you can't do this, you can't do that. But put in the right environment, given the chance to thrive, then people can flourish. And I think that's the same anywhere, especially for some of these young lads joining today.
And I think what I'd say from my perspective is we've got this terrible idea of what the generation behind us is. We have this real belief that it was all right in our day and it's all gone to rats when we move on, and we don't trust the generation that's coming in behind us because they're all snowflakes and it's all soft and it's a bit wishy-washy and it's a bit weak, and that's not bloody true. You know, when we deployed to on Op Herrick, everybody was saying that this generation were a weak generation, and the ferocity and the bravery and the, you know, just the performance of those soldiers under those circumstances was absolutely inspirational, and it's happening today. We evolve, I think, is probably the best thing I can say, and we as trainers evolve with it, and those young people are coming through and they're changing the way we train because they won't accept that old nonsense anymore. They're just not going to listen. If you walk in the room and you say jump, they don't say how high anymore. They say why. And you have to like go, and then you have to evolve as a trainer to enable to make them want to follow you rather than have to follow you. So I think that's
just one thing you sent that I thought was really important. The one difference between the world me and Dom come from is when we're involved, exactly what you're saying, when you're involved in a job like boarding oil rigs, coming out of submarines, I was just a no ranker, I was just a Marine. I had an officer in my team, I had a sergeant and a corporal. I was in charge. It's kind of responsibility. That's what I loved about our background. Always knowing the officers there because they're in charge overall. But when it come to climbing, boarding oil rigs, boarding ships, I was in charge. I was given a responsibility, and I think that's a real key thing to pass on to your junior ranks, if that helps.
I think I'd say one other thing as well is that, and I've said it myself, especially about my daughter and kids, that we get the impression that they're an entitled society. They expect everything to be given to them. But I think in our scenario, that's right and proper. They're going out risking their lives. Why shouldn't they expect the best kit, the best training, the best opportunities? So I think in some ways that is, you know, good that they challenge it and they're prepared to challenge it. That's the difference. Whereas we're just, I mean, they used to call selection, certainly when Bernie went through, Bernie's background's survival of the fittest. They used to call selection survival of the thickest. Those who were too stupid to challenge anything got through. So I think that entitlement and questioning things, that's good today.
Okay, Nick. Any other questions? Lady here.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask, to what extent do you think your military experience has helped you cope with the challenges that you faced?
I think for me, I worked for about 6 years before I joined. So in those days, I was about 20, 23, 24 when I joined up, so I was relatively old. So I'd got quite a life experience. But I've spent over half my adult life doing it. Whether I'm naturally like that, like the optimism I talked about, or whether some of it's nurtured, I think it's a mixture of both. But I think a bit of self-confidence and the planning and things like that, that has certainly helped me get through things. Just, you know, I've been in some shit situations, and I learned a new thing that I was going to put on the slide called anti-awfulizing, which was a concept I'd not really ever heard before, but is looking at somebody else and thinking, oh, they're in a shit state, right, I'm not going to be like that. Or seeing somebody else that's worse off than you and thinking, well, it could be worse. I think some of that has definitely come from military. You know, unless I'd had some traumatic life experiences, I wouldn't have built up resilience in that way.
For myself, I think I joined the Corps, the Marines, at 16, so I don't know any different. I left in 1991. I just put it down to like good teachers, bad teachers, whatever. I think when you end up in the SF world, there is a stigma, but there is this thing that to get there, there's something special about you guys. And I was lucky to be involved and be surrounded by a good group of people that gave me confidence, because I wasn't very good at reading, still I'm not, spelling. But when people start to believe in you, you grow really quickly. And there's me looking after some of the best athletes in the world. If you strip me back, I'll be lucky if I could join an outward bound school to teach climbing. So what you're saying about the service really is, if you do become an instructor, all I say is just make sure you look yourself in the mirror and you deliver and you help people, not just concentrate how great you are.
are very similar in the joining later. So joining 22, but before I joined, I was a punk rocker with a black Mohican, and I still can't escape it. I still have to wear cherry docks. So I've got to do something to remind myself
Sounds
that I
like
was.
the army to me.
Yeah. But basically, those life experiences enabled me to move into the army in a better state than a lot of the other young people, because I was quite self-reliant anyway, because I'd lived in a squat and all sorts of stuff like that. So I knew I was a little bit streetwise, which was great. And then what the army then did for me was, firstly, my admin is insanely good, right? So that's one thing it really does for you. Your admin's really, really good. You know, your bed's always made, your clothes are always tidy, and all that kind of stuff. You're really good at that. And most people look at that and go, wow. But it's that self-belief, that self-reliance. If you get good leaders, you get the space to grow into. They're not always good leaders, I'll have to tell you. There are some pretty poor ones out there that will try to stifle growth because they see it as arrogance or they see it as a threat to themselves. But some of the leaders that I've come across in the army have been excellent, and they give you the room to grow into. And when you grow into that, you can then become the best version of yourself and explore new stuff. So a huge part of what I do has come through that, I think.
I think just to add to that, and I don't know what it's like in the sort of wider army now, but certainly within our environment, it's a train in rather than select out. So you might get some individuals with some quirks or some behaviour, you might go, but they might be really good at something. And if they're really good at a particular skill, we can enhance that, and they could still be really incredibly valuable members of the force. So I think, things evolve.
I'm going to give you a real flippant Royal Navy answer now. I'm going to tell you that when I came back from the Falklands and I was struggling, the thing the Royal Navy taught me was how to drink, which actually wasn't a very good place to be. That said, it also taught me to recognise when I was in the crap. So having recognised I was in a bad place, I was fortunate that I could then get myself out of it. So I think one of the things the forces give you, well, seriously now, is resilience. It gives you that knowledge of yourself. It does give you something to call on. Unfortunately, we all know, and that's the reason we're here today, there are veterans and people out there who struggle, who don't have perhaps the ability I had to recognise I was in the crap and climb out. So, that's where recognising that we need to be better at mental health comes in. Another question. Gentleman here.
I don't know if Bernie remembers, but we served together.
Yes.
And what I'd just like to say is that to answer this lady's question as well, is that prior to me joining the Marines, I was in Crown Court for fighting. I lived in Leeds. You know, that wonderful place where you can rob a bank and get mugged on the way out. And I was in Leeds Crown Court for fighting. And all the gang that I was in got put in prison, or Borstal, except me. And the judge said, your brother's been up before me. He said, all this rubbish. And he said, if you weren't going in the Marines tomorrow, guess where you'd be going today? And I served with the Marines for nearly 30 years. But all I can say is that when you get into that situation, every morning in training, you had to make your bed. And at the end of the day, you could say to yourself, well, I've done one thing right today. I've made my bed. And looking at Bernie now, I would say this to these young people you're talking about, that while you've got your youth, your good looks and charming personality, hang on to them, because this is what you've got to look forward to.
Thanks.
It was 40 years ago. And,
Yeah. Well, at 66, I'm doing all right, thank God.
But I must say, and last bit for your question is that when I left, I did a master's degree. And I can guarantee this, everything I did on that course was better from being in the military. You know what I mean? They didn't teach me anything that I couldn't put the military experience to enhance it. Anyway, thank you. Nice to see you, Bernie.
Thank you.
Some gentleman here had a question.
How do I follow that? Yeah. I'll stand up so I can see it. So my name's Ashley Gordon. I run a training company, NLP. You guys would have heard of NLP, neurolinguistic programming, hypnotherapy, etc. But yeah, I did serve in the army. was in the Rifles. So went through the mill after coming back from Iraq and sort of got booted out of the army, ended up going through combat stress and sort of full circle really, now trying to help people. And I just wonder how you feel, so say the infantry, for example, how can you talk about, you know, emotions and, you know, being mindful and all this sort of stuff, and then you're kind of saying, right, what we're going to do is fix bayonet or fix sword, get in there and, you know, blood and guts and, you know, fight and sort of be trained the way you need to train somebody to do it, as you know, because that's at the unconscious level. You've really got to put that training in so that when the fight and flight kicks in, you ain't running, you're fighting. You're already there. You're like 99%. How you know, how is it now? Do you think? Have you experienced sort of that side of things?
I can answer that one. Well,
Yeah.
I can answer that only because my son still serves, and my son did one of the last tours in Afghan, and obviously works at a high level. Without going into details, you can imagine what he does. And at Christmas a couple of years ago, he did break down, but thankful to Spot and the SPSA, he does this thing, which I'm sure, I don't know if you do it, but it's like, it didn't happen in my day. It's just a good, so you can start. I've got a young son, well, 33-year-old son that's serving. We're serving Afghan SF, and he comes back and he has this kind of decompression phase, which is run by the SPSA. So they basically come back because in my day it was 88 pints of Guinness and share half a bottle of rum, and fuck, did we get pissed, and did we go home and it was ha ha ha. And it's a good point, because all this ha ha ha, I've met a guy, which I won't mention his name, recently when we were doing a ski across Norway, and he's 70, and he broke down in tears going back because he called a call and there was a blue on blue and got his mate killed, and you know anyway. And I saw him break down, and it was the alcohol that will get over it, but actually when I look back on it, because I don't drink through a stroke, is I realised the alcohol made us worse. But what you're saying, the decompression, where you've got people can talk about it, you know, because this guy, we spoke about it after whenever the Falklands was in 92, was it? I can't remember.
82.
82, sorry. Yeah. And he brings that up a few years ago, literally 6 years ago. It just shows you what a gap, whereas my son can be emotionally affected by stuff, but then he's got a team of people that support him. So that's what's important.
I'd like to pick up on the bit about, you know, how can we teach them mindfulness and then at the same time expect them to fix bayonets? And you said something interesting about, because the fight and the flight are still there. The flight's not. It gets trained out of you. And so does the freeze. So the fight, yeah. So the fright is the fight's the only thing that's really left. And unfortunately, what we don't do when we bring people out of training is to give them those bits back. And I think that's why people struggle quite a lot when they come on the outside, because they see everything as a challenge that they have to fight through. But what mindfulness is about keeping fit people fit. It's not a clinical treatment, and we don't use it as a clinical treatment. It's about making a person the most optimum person they can be. We all do pre-deployment training, and we go through various locations, and we learn various drills about situations that we may well find ourselves in. Now, that's fine. We train that over and over and over again until we're that good at it that it becomes instinctive. The important thing is that when you go into a location, is to not take the scenario with you. Is to trust that you've got those skills that have been trained into you. Because if you take the scenario in with you, you're going to make a mistake, because you'll see somebody doing something that it looks like you saw in your training, and you might react in the wrong way to that. They might be doing something completely innocent, and then they might get slotted. So the point is about bringing people into the present moment. Do all the drills, do all the practicing first. Get really, really good at it, like Bruce Lee, fastest fighter in the world, trained and trained and trained and trained. The reason he was so good and so fast is because he never took his mind in when he fought. He went in with an empty mind. And if you can teach our soldiers to do that, not only will they be faster than their opponents, but they'll also know the right thing to do at that moment in time, not just what the scenario is telling them. So that's where I think what I teach has got a really powerful place in the way that we train our people.
Yeah, I don't think I could add a lot to that, really, because it is about preparing people, trying to build the resilience, knowing there's a program support behind it. When you're in combat or whatever it is, an accident, everything slows down. You're in them. That is one time you're physically in that moment. You know, it is life or death. Young lads are going to be like that anyway because we're all, you know, testosterone fueled, wanting to go in and do the action. Yeah, I think you can only prepare people, know that there's something there for them. You expect them to do that, and then you've got to be prepared to support them and help them pay the cost.
Just taking something about out of an athlete's kind of thing. There's a lot of things, and we use it in our family a lot because my daughters keep competing at world class, and my son does his job. There is this great thing that you teach about composure. You know, if anyone knows Djokovic, the tennis player, if you notice when he's losing a game, which is quite intense sport, when he's losing, he walks very, very slowly to the furthest corner and grabs a towel to wipe himself. It's more or less your world. It's fuck all to do with wiping his hand. It's to reset. So we have a couple of things in our family is compose yourself and get a wave over your head. So if you've got that amongst all this, you know, loading, kick a door down, da-da-da, whatever everyone, men and women do, you've got to have this composure, and we have get a wave over your head, so you've got to find the middle ground, if that helps.
I'd probably add one more, actually, and I think there are some studies, but I've not got the background to quote on it. From sort of mine and Bernie's perspective, particularly from my time in Afghanistan, very different between us going in to strike a target. We were on the offensive. We got the right mission statement. We knew what we were going to go and do. To some of the lads in the patrol houses who were having to drive around in vehicles, just waiting defensively to get absolutely smashed. The difference in mindset makes a huge difference in the repercussions afterwards, and the stress.
Definitely. Thank you very much for that. Can I just add something else? So, what about prevention is better than the cure? So I feel you must have heard that PTSD, you know, being a soldier or being in the military is kind of the only job that teaches you to have PTSD, as we talk about getting rid of the fight and flight and, you know, not in the forces now, sort of, and all that. So do you think that the army, for example, or the military would be open to some sort of training to sort of pre-train people about the sort of symptoms and stuff, or would that blur the lines between doing your job or not?
I would say on the post-training, that bit about decompression is a space, and I think some organisations do it very, very well in recognising that you've been in that fight state for that period of time, and then you need to enable some of the other stuff to come out. I work in recovery now. I work at Tedworth House, where I get all the services like serving who are leaving the forces or going back into forces, but at the moment they're unfit to go to work either physically or psychologically. And certainly a lot of the stuff that I teach now is welcome in that space for people starting to realise and understand how they operate and why they operate the way they do. And then it brings them down into the sort of, again, down into the reality of that moment. Is there space in the serving sector? I don't know. Definitely in the veteran space, there is, but I don't know. I don't know in the serving sector whether it would be what's required at the moment. I don't know. It depends what you do. I don't know.
I think for us, we're in a really privileged position, and Spot's probably the best person to speak about it because we run what we call op armour. I mean, it's not secret code or anything, is it? We do all that before they go on deployments. We'll send a team out, so they're being looked after mentally, physically. We'll send out the physios, the recovery instructors and psychologists, everything, while they're mid-deployment. So we call it op armour because we're armouring against that and then trying to fix them mentally and physically when they get back ready for the next fight.
That's amazing.
I think what's really important is that from going around the block with what I've done, obviously joining up in the 70s and seeing the progress and having a son that's serving and obviously working with Martin at the Adaptive Grand Slam, what I've learned is meeting young guys in their 20s to up to their 30s that have had severe incidences. There is massive support out there, but going back to what you said, I think the services are learning. They're not there. We are currently, without blowing smoke out there, but I've learned that how helpful and how the hell I would have coped without that. And obviously what you're doing is that kind of support. I just think the services need to take charge and understand this. Very senior officers need to be here to understand that what it's doing to the individual, because obviously the services, I've noticed there's a lot of people leaving, there's a lot of mental health, there's a lot of PTSD, and there's a lot going on in the world as well. And I think, I won't say we're lucky, because believe it or not, I don't like the word lucky, but I just think that we are privileged with the SBSA, the SBS guys and the Navy side, that we have this support, and it's priceless. Because I go back to years and years ago where my friend died, and I walked into a room and bought his cat, and there's the cash for the parents. How sick and shit is that? And you look at to the SBSA now, which is a fully fledged supporting mechanism, whether it's a funeral, whether it's someone had problems when abroad. And I think this is where, this is the future, exactly what he's at.
But that's
exactly
not come easy. That's taken 30 years, I
30,
would say, hasn't
yeah,
it?
yeah, 30 years.
And a lot of effort by people.
Yeah, definitely. Even when when I was serving sort of 15 years ago, whatever, people getting marched out the front and shouted at, have you got PTSD?
Yeah.
Who's gonna stand there and it was always a glass ceiling. You'd hit a glass ceiling if anybody thought you had a problem.
Well, now you can go, yes, I have. What are you going to bloody do about it?
Yeah, good.
But there's studies all over the world. I know when I was doing recruiting and selection, we looked at all sorts of things. And I think it was the French were taking people off the street, giving them psychometric tests to test out their resilience and their stress capacity. I know the Australians, everybody has a psychological assessment on regular intervals, so there's no stigma or anything attached to it. So they're always on top of it. And everybody's got a different opinion what works and doesn't work. And I think, unfortunately, I would say if you're going to, stick your mate in a body bag, you can't prepare for that.
No.
Yeah,
Thank you very much. It's right to sort of send you an email and get in touch. And
Any other questions?
Yeah.
I've got another one for you guys. So based on your experiences, based on what you've seen, based on what you've been through, how have your perceptions of mental health changed? I mean, we all think, we said earlier, we all think we're invincible.
I think, starting this end, for me, I didn't believe that I heard about the charity and what they do, but it's weird, the invincible guy that was helping the charity, and then you suddenly put your hand up and you need it for, going back to that thing, for supporting the carers, which could be my wife, my family, and the carers. And that's where the subtlety comes in, because you're cared about, but so are the carers, and that's where I would pass on, I think, is priceless. Not just me, because the help I need. I've met a lot of severely injured guys, broken marriages, wives, partners turn into alcohol because of the problems. And I think the most important thing is to make sure that you, or whatever the carers are here, to make sure they care for the carers. That's what I'd say.
I'd say that what the new interventions or the more awareness of mental ill health and how it presents itself has shown me personally is that when you think you're weak, that's actually the strong bit. When we used to believe we were weak because we showed these things and people would move away from them, the real courage comes in the I've actually got an issue. The real courage comes in that I'm actually pretty scared, The real courage comes in all those things, and that's where the strength comes from, because when you can suddenly start doing that, you can grow. But the minute you repress it and you don't say it and you hold it inside and you try to operate with that going on inside you, you become very ineffective very quickly. So the understanding, the training, the evolving of the services for me in this area is making our young soldiers much more capable than they ever were before, instead of making them weaker. And if anyone tells you that the awareness of mental health is making the society weaker, I don't think they have a clue what they're talking about.
Agree.
Yeah, I don't know for me whether I could have done some of the things I've done if I was too aware of stuff. Sometimes you just need that tunnel vision. But I think for me the key thing is what's TRIM stand for? Trauma Risk Management. Anyway, the Royal Marines started years ago, I think it was called TRIM. I think it's Trauma Risk Management. But basically, using the buddy-buddy system, everybody going anywhere would have I think it was about a 3-day course, so you could recognise it in your buddy, he could recognise it in you, and that sort of, almost going back to a bit of, years ago where they said, well, keep the people near the front line and keep the people with their mates, because that is that social connection that we talked about before, because they're the ones who've got the shared experience. They're the ones who are probably best placed to help you, in my view. And I think, again, the teachings today facilitate that.
Yeah.
I think there was a BT advert some years ago, and it had a strap line. And I'm going to leave you with that. It's one thing I learned. It's good to talk. If we don't have any more questions, I'll let the guys get off the stage and out of the spotlight, because I'm sure they'll thank me for that. And we'll now have a quick film from Bournemouth University. It's about the Veterans with Dementia project. It's a powerful short film, so I'd encourage you all to stay and watch that before we break for lunch. So I'll let the...
Can I introduce the film?
Of course you can.
Yeah.
Just get off the stage.
Get out of the way.
Just leg it.
Sorry.
Thank you, guys.
I just wanted to introduce it, if I may.
Of course.
Is that okay?
Of course,
Sorry.
Michelle.
Okay,
Carry
I'll jump in. So please don't go away, boys and girls, because this is relevant just for you as well, because you may have heard the word dementia and thought that has absolutely nothing to do with me, okay? And this will only keep you 15 minutes tops. So has anyone heard of the word dementia? Who's heard of the word dementia? Okay. Who has met somebody with dementia in their family or someone they've come across? So more than 50% of you will come across someone with dementia. And while we undertook this project, was talking to veterans who live with dementia and to find out what we should be looking at. How can we best support this community? From the point of risk factors for those at greater risk, are veterans at greater risk of having a dementia? And there's some suggestions, of course. There will be things, head trauma, depression, heavy drinking, some of the things that we've talked about this morning that will make those service people at risk of getting dementia. So it's really, really relevant. How are they accessing services, people that have some problems? And we know there's a big stigma. If we think there's a stigma about mental health, my goodness me, there's a stigma about dementia. We don't want to talk about it. Terry Pratchett says, say the D word, talk about it, get the demon out of the cupboard. So during the summer with my colleagues Vicky, Rebecca as well, and Zena, I don't know if she's in the room, from the RBL, we've been working with some veterans over the summer. One of our key learning points is that identifying veterans with dementia was like trying to find a needle in a haystack, which is surprising. We just focused on Dorset. And we know registered, there's 147 people living with dementia that are veterans, but there will be a lot more people than that. So there's lots of work we could do. So the film I'm going to show you is about these workshops that we ran with veterans, because the reason I asked the questions of these amazing speakers this morning was, what was about your experiences of being in the services that's helped you deal with this diagnosis? And they said about this camaraderie, the resilience, being together really, really helped them when they got this diagnosis. We did creative workshops because it's about relationships, so that's very, very important when you're working with any group of people. So then we made a film, we had a chat with them and said to them, tell us about your experience of being in the military and having a diagnosis of dementia. So we're going to show the film. It's only 10 minutes, but I warn you, it comes with a caveat. It is quite moving, actually. And if you've got a loved one, a grandparent, it will resonate with you if you've got someone with dementia. Thank you.
I'm leaving on a jet plane, don't know when I'll be back again.
Once I joined the Air Force, I really enjoyed myself and showed that, you know, I had potential where Mum and Dad, well, Mum anyway, didn't seem to notice that, you know. I wasn't in her good books at all.
I went to the recruiting office in Guildford in Surrey because I'd known that the earliest I could get in was when I'd be 15.
And because a caprice got me into the army. And I joined this cavalry regiment, which I decided is where I wanted to be, from the priest's documents.
I, of course, think it's a good job, any of the services, because you learn skills that are not necessarily transferable, but you don't really necessarily realise that you've got. You learn about the importance of timekeeping.
Well, obviously, I was friendly to the other hussars who were around me, some being there longer than me and others there shorter. So it's being in a service, it does it for you. You've got to do so much. It's got to be done at the double quite often. That's when like that.
If you're on operations, they've got your back and you've got their back. So you can rely on them totally.
Always liked to be in charge, you know. When I was in the services I was, and when I was working in Civvy Street I was. You know, I always worked my way out pretty quick. And then with this, I'm not in charge anymore. I don't like that. Not at all. But there's something I have to live with, and thank God I can, because I've got pizza.
Can't drive anymore. They took my licence off me, so that was that, and the end of my motorbiking days. Face blind. Driving, I think, was one of the first things. I kept bumping into the left-hand curb, and I wasn't really aware of it. My partner was. She would tell me about it. And then I went to see a optician just because I thought, oh, maybe I got a voucher, or maybe I just thought, well, I might as well have one, you know. And the optician asked if I'd had either a stroke or a TIA. And I said, no. And she said, well, I'm not sure, you shouldn't see someone. I think there might be something not quite right.
It really didn't do much for me in there, but then Madam took it, making it their duty to find out what could be done for me and all that. And we used to get a string of people in, said, yes, we know what to do here, but not a one of them could.
And I got involved in the project because of an interest in veterans with dementia. And it was off the back of a previous research project that I was interested in. So I was delighted to be invited to work. So I come from a military family myself. Both my parents served in the signals, and my brother more recently has retired from the army after a very long career. And particularly my brother is probably my biggest hero. So a passion of working with people with dementia, also a passion for veterans, and then the bringing together of those two passions.
All right, okay.
Do you realise you want to pick me up and throw
Throw, you've got to throw.
Ready, steady.
Go! Oh! That's a terrible shot!
Have pity on me, sir. My mum has.
And that is why whenever I want you, all I have to do is dream.
So I'm a little curious about this, what's it called?
What's called?
Eh?
What's called?
What's this affliction I'm supposed to have?
Alzheimer's, dementia.
Dementia.
Alzheimer's.
I'm a bit cautious about that because
Yeah.
they seem to tie so much around it that they don't know, and nobody gets fixed.
And I must have had dementia before it had been diagnosed, because I felt all right. I just thought the bad tempers were, you know, just me. But it turned out I do have it, and I just have to live with it. But it's not easy because I was a woman that liked doing lots of things. You know, I loved to knit, and I always used to be going out. I managed a charity shop, things like that, but I can't do that anymore. So I don't manage money, and I rely on Peter a great deal. I mean, he does a great job of looking after me, but if I didn't have him, I don't know what I'd do.
If you have a diagnosis of dementia in a hospital, sometimes you're a forgotten voice. And I think if you're a veteran, you're a forgotten voice. So if you have those two things together, people will make assumptions about your diagnosis and your background. So I think there is a difference, and I think it's around people living with a dementia, how some of those memories are unlocked may well be different.
Brother, he was done with dementia, and he's dead now. And you can see, I can see them coming in and watching the television.
Bye, bye, Miss American, bye. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry.
So I think families of veterans anyway are also a bit lost. Speaking from experience of a child of a military family, we don't often think about the relatives of our veterans.
She's an absolute lovely person, dresses well, looks after me even better, and so on, yes. I wouldn't go anywhere without her.
Carers of people living with dementia have their own unique needs, and I think when you have a dementia and you're a carer for somebody, it's difficult enough, but then to access help and support for a veteran, but their own unique needs as a carer, I think is almost pretty much non-existent.
One thing that crops my mind is, like Vincent, for example, you know, getting anywhere. How can people, you know, I drive Mike everywhere and we go everywhere together, but where can people that are on their own find help or find transport help, really? I think that could be a big problem.
I think not enough thought has been put into people with dementia or Parkinson's. You know, a lot more should be done, really.
I don't understand why we don't have a specialist service in terms of mental health, physical health, social care, criminal justice systems, all of those things to wrap around a veteran. Now, whether that be when they first leave military service to carry on through it all the way to the end of their life.
Then I would suggest we need a champion across the services who acts for us through the others.
I don't think there's enough investment in either services, so to bring the two together, I think there is a want to do it, but I think finances as they are is a constraint. And I think we need to understand more, what does this unique group of individuals need?
You'll be desperate to finish, I know. So I'm going to give you some take-home messages. If you look up the risk factors for getting dementia, because that's where you can start looking. It's the healthy lifestyles, pure and simple. If you witness somebody that you're concerned about that has problems with their memory or their thinking or the way they're doing things, suggest they go and speak to their GP, get assessed, because there's other reasons why people may be presenting in that way. And as Vicky said, this is a unique group. It was wonderful to work with this group of people over the summer. And I think we need to really identify what those needs are and provide better support. Our wonderful speakers, Dom and Bernie, both said this morning about the camaraderie and being in part of the team. And this is what they said, that will help them cope with their diagnosis of dementia. So we need to make sure this wraparound service. Come and talk to us. We have a stand. If you've got any concerns or anything you'd like to raise awareness with us, that we'd love to hear from you. Thank you.
That brings this morning's proceedings to a close. But before we disappear for lunch and things, I just want to pick up on something that the High Sheriff said this morning. I think what Michelle just said to us has very much reinforced that. And he talked about there being 3 things we should be getting out of this. He said the first is to increase awareness. And I think we've done some of that already today. He then said that there are opportunities to network and collaborate. And on that basis, over the lunch break, yes, we all need to go and get something to eat. I appreciate that. But I would encourage you to take a walk around all the stalls that are just downstairs here in the tank hall and chat to all the wonderful exhibitors we have here who are offering a variety of support, help, assistance. There's some great people down there, so please go and say hi to them and see what they're up to. And once we've done that, we should also be in a better place to pick up on point 3, to listen, to learn, and to educate. And on that note, I say let's go and have some lunch. Can I invite you to come back here for 14:30, 2:30 to the civilians? And we're building a series of workshops up here this afternoon. There's going to be some interesting stuff. There's going to be some stuff done from the Volunteer Centre Dorset, Veterans into Business, and the NHS Op Restore. So please come back up here after lunch at 2:30. I'll see you all then. But in the meantime, make the most of your time, and thank you for your attention this morning.
towards the end.
Right, hi everybody. I'm sure and I'm hopeful that people will be joining us. They'll be drifting in after lunch. So welcome back. I hope you've all had an opportunity to visit our exhibitors and have some lunch, hopefully. We're now going to have 3 workshops that will cover some interesting themes, all of which are pretty critical to good health and well-being. So first up, we have Volunteer Centre Dorset, and that session is with Vicky and her colleagues from the Volunteer Centre, and they're going to discuss the benefits of volunteering, which hopefully we all know include fulfilment and a really good sense of well-being. Over to you, Vicky.
It's always a good start when you don't trip up the stairs, isn't it? And everyone laughs at you. Apologies. Well, good afternoon, everyone. As I was introduced, my name is Vicky. I work for a charity called Volunteer Centre Dorset. And our role as a volunteer centre does what it says on the tin, anything to do with volunteering. We help people who want to volunteer, and we work with organisations who involve volunteers and everything in between. We also do some of our own project work, which supports a lot of vulnerable people in our community. This has been advertised as a workshop, don't worry. I know you're all recovering from lunch. The only energetic thing I'm going to ask you to do is a bit of armchair aerobics with putting your hands up and your hands down. I think we should all be able to cope with that. Just going to give you a little warm-up. Can you tell me if you already volunteer? So if you currently do any volunteering, can you just pop your hands up for me? Oh, there's quite a few hands up in the room. That's brilliant. Well, hopefully by the end of the session, a few more of you will be inspired to give it a go. Today we're going to have a look at what volunteering is, why you should do it, have a little bit of a true-false quiz. That's where the arm muscles are going to come in. And just to tell you how we can help you find your dream volunteering role. We're also lucky to have a few people on stage with me who are going to talk to you a bit about their volunteering and what you can be doing with them. Right, see if this works. Hey. Okay, volunteering means different things to different people. And when you hear the word volunteering, it comes up a lot. There's different things that everyone says to us. And I've got a few words coming up here which we often hear from people that want to volunteer. It's helping. It's community. It's teamwork. Skills. Giving. Time. Friendship. Caring. It's unpaid. And it's self-confidence. Are there any words up there that you hadn't thought of when you think about volunteering? I don't know about you, but my favourite is helping. I think that's what volunteering is. It is helping. So why should you volunteer? What's in it for you? Well, one of the main things is you can learn new skills, get a great chance to try something different. It can be good exercise, or get you out and about, getting you some fresh air. It does you good. There'll be a bit more about that later. Watch this space. You can give back. It could be that you want to give back to your community, or it might be there's a cause that's helped you or a loved one that you just want to say thank you by giving them your time. You can share your existing skills. We've all got skills that organisations need. It's a great way of meeting new people, and it gives you a purpose, a bit of a reason to get up in the morning. It connects you with your community, which can be particularly helpful if perhaps you're new to an area and you want to meet some new people and just find out what goes on. And it can help with your career. Looks really good on a job application or a CV. Okay, so when you think about volunteering, people usually think about stereotypical roles, perhaps helping in a charity shop or serving refreshments at a coffee morning. I don't want to dismiss these, they're really important roles, but there's so many more opportunities out there. So I've got a few slides now with some opportunities, and I need you to help me figure out if they're true or false. The first one, designing and making customized equipment. Put your hands up if you think this is a true opportunity for me. Ooh, a few hands in the room, expecting a few more. This is true. There's a really good charity called Remap. They rely on volunteers to help design customized equipment, to help people that perhaps are living with a disability, to keep them at home so they can be independent for longer. The photograph is a really good example. It's a handle that was added to a shower because the lady didn't have the dexterity to turn a dial, so she couldn't shower at home. So they built a handle for her, so she was able to do that. Small things, great wins. It's a really good opportunity if you like to make things and if you've got a bit of creativity. They are countrywide, but locally they've got branches in Dorchester, Bournemouth and Yeovil. Next one. Do you think having a cuppa and a chat as a volunteering role? Hands up. Look at that, full room nearly, pretty much that one. We'll talk to you a bit more later about that. Yes, that one's true. I've put an example up here of a charity called Blind Veterans UK, which the lovely Angie is here with us from today to tell us a bit more. But loneliness and isolation is a massive problem, particularly in a county like Dorset, where we've got a lot of transport issues, rural communities, and being that befriender, somebody that they can just talk to. It doesn't have to be in person, it could be over the phone. But it's also a great excuse for cake, and he doesn't really like cake. I like this one. Test astronaut for Elon Musk. Is this a volunteer role? True or false? Hands up if you think it's true. Oh, there's not a single hand up in the room. Okay, this one is false. But NASA did look for some volunteers who might be able to volunteer to help with their one-year Mars surface simulation project. I did think about nominating my husband for this one. A year away would have been great. Okay, a rights of way route checker. Put your hands up if you think this one's true. Yeah, a few more of you getting this one. Yes, this is true. This is a really great opportunity. There's an area in North Dorset, if you don't know it, called Cranbourne Chase. And this charity looks for volunteers to just go for a walk. And if you find something like a broken stile or a sign down, or perhaps a tree has blocked a path, you just report it to them and they'll go and sort it out. And this is such a good opportunity if you want to do something with your family or with friends, or you could just go out on your own. Babysit a koala. Okay, who thinks this one's true? I really want it to be true. I'm going to put my hand up. And I know what the slide's going to say. I would love this one. I know, it is false. I do think in other parts of the world it probably is a true volunteering opportunity, but it doesn't mean there aren't opportunities for you to work with animals. And just as an example, we at the Volunteer Centre, we do something called community response. And this is a bit like the work we all did during COVID. We were helping people with the shopping, their prescriptions, and a lot of the time we get asked to help with pets, perhaps because their guardians had to go into hospital. I mean, in recent months we've helped with a tortoise, a parrot, a goat, so you do get a chance to work with animals. And your last one, a volunteer van driver. Who thinks this one's true? Yeah, lots of hands. Volunteer drivers in Dorset are vital. Organisations are screaming out for them. And a lot of that is just to help get people to medical appointments, get people to social activities, which are really important for loneliness and isolation. The example I've put up on here is Margaret Green. They're looking for van drivers. So if you love driving around our beautiful county, we would not struggle to find you a volunteering opportunity. Right, that's your arms warmed up now, we're all good. So what these slides have shown you, and hopefully whetted your appetite a little bit, is that volunteering can be varied, flexible, ad hoc, unusual, fun, good exercise, or you can do it from home, or you can do it on your own or as part of a group. I'm just showing you, this is one of our favourite photos. We've actually just used this on our annual report. It's a group of our green team helping to assemble a polytunnel. They meet weekly to learn gardening skills, they grow plants and food, and then that's donated to a local food bank. But it's just another great example of team volunteering that you could be doing. Okay, today's event is about wellbeing, and volunteering is a great way of doing good, not just for the community, but for yourself. Did you know that volunteering can help with stress? It can improve your mood, increases your self-esteem and confidence, prevents feelings of loneliness and isolation, it reduces the risk of depression, it ignites a passion, gives you a sense of purpose, a reason to get up in the morning. It improves relationships and it's actually been proven to lower mortality rates. So with all these pluses, as well as the fact that you're getting to help others, why wouldn't you want to give it a go? Okay, so hopefully I've talked you into volunteering. How do you get started? These are just a few things to help you think about what volunteering you might want to do. Think about what you're curious about. Is there something you wanted to be as a child? Did you want to be that train driver? You never quite got to do it. Swanage Railway are always looking for volunteers. What's perhaps a passion that you haven't had a chance to really fulfill yet? How much time could you give? Be realistic. Do you want to do something that's so many hours a week, so many hours a month, so many hours a year? There's always a volunteering role that suits your availability. Do you want a bit of flexibility, or do you want the regular commitment? There's both. You can do either or both. You could want to do that regular Tuesday morning helping in the local charity shop, or it could be that you just want to dip in and out when you've got capacity yourself, when life's not too busy. Do you prefer to be part of a team, or do you want to do something on your own? Both are okay. Again, lots of opportunities. Are you better behind the scenes, or would you like to be front of house? Again, some people like that. They like being the behind the scenes people, the guys at the back doing the things that people don't see. Or they want to be up here, front of house. It could be like in a museum. It might be they want to be on the front desk and the reception, or they want to be hiding in the back doing the archives. Again, both are okay. And a really important one for Dorset particularly, do you have your own transport, or do you have a way of getting there? Do you live near a bus route? Do you have your own car? Do you have someone that can drive you? These are all factors you need to think about when you think about doing volunteering. Okay, so once you've gone through those thoughts, got an idea of what perhaps you're looking for, how do you find the right role for you? Well, first of all, you can go to your local volunteer centre, not a plug at all. We are here to help you, that's our role. We're here to get to know you, we're here to get to know what you want to do, we're to help you find the right role for you. We have a database on our website that you can go and have a look at. Works a bit like a dating site. Organisations put their opportunities and volunteers get to have a look. You don't have to register to browse. It's only if you want to sign up for a role that you need to create a profile. We also promote opportunities on our socials, and we do have additional ones on our website as well. Causes. Is there a cause that you're really passionately about? You know, it could be that they've helped you with a loved one and you really want to volunteer for them, or like the hospital, or somewhere that's been really kind to your family and you want to give back. They've always got amazing volunteer opportunities. So go to the websites of causes you care about. You can also look at other websites. Places like Indeed actually advertise volunteering opportunities, more at a trustee level, but they are there if you want to have a look. And read. I don't know about you, but I get loads of leaflets through my letterbox, all the different around, I live in Ferndown, around Ferndown, about Ferndown. These are worth having a browse through. Read church newsletters. Do you have children in school that you get e-newsletters for? All of these are places to have a look where you can find opportunities. And keep an eye out. Again, notice boards. You don't really think about them much, but there's loads of them around. Coffee shops have them, village halls have them, most supermarkets have them. When you're in the queue, waiting for the barista to make you your coffee, have a read of the notice board and see if there's an opportunity up there for you. And lastly, listen. You could find out about opportunity without realising you're looking. So maybe if you're in the queue in the supermarket, or you're listening to something on the radio, or your friends are having a chat, just keep your ears open, because that role might be out there waiting for you. Speaking of listening, you don't have to listen to my voice much longer. We're lucky enough to have a couple of organisations joining us today. I've got a few questions for them. And we also have my colleague Tony joining us. Tony works for me at the Volunteer Centre, but he's also an active volunteer and a veteran himself. So he's going to be telling us a bit about his story. So, Amber, hello, I'm going to pounce on you first. So, Amber, please can you tell us which charity you're with and what you do?
So, is that loud enough? Yeah, I'm with the Samaritans, so I'm a listening volunteer, but I'm also in charge of outreach and publicity. So we're based in Weymouth. We cover most of Dorset, apart from Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole, that's Bournemouth branch, but we cover the rest of Dorset. We've got volunteers from Bridport, Wareham, all over. So.
What volunteering roles do you offer?
So we have, most of our volunteers are listening volunteers, so that means that on the phones there's quite a lot of training involved. It's about 3 hours a week if you want to be on the phone, but we've also got a lot of support roles, so you can help with publicity, finance, fundraising, IT support, admin. There's a lot of things that go on that aren't on the phones that help us to be able to do what we're doing on the phone. We need a lot of money a year. It's £40,000 a year we have to raise. We have to raise that ourselves. So we need bodies to do the fundraising, which takes the pressure off of us so we can answer the phones. Every role has an induction training. So of any support role, there is an induction. For listening volunteers, there's quite an extensive training program that goes on for about 6 to 8 months weekly, but then you're a fully fledged volunteer. So.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
And are your roles home-based, or are they out and about in the community?
So we have a branch in Weymouth. All of the calls are taken from the branch. We've got 2 phone stations, so it'll be 2 people on at a time. But other roles so what I do, for example, I'm out in the community. I come to things like this. We might hold an event in a supermarket, handing out leaflets. I do a lot of things at home because a lot of the admin type things can be done at home. It depends on what role you have, but the listening roles are based in the branch. But obviously, if you're doing fundraising or various other things, then that can be outside. We don't do it at home for safeguarding purposes and make sure that everybody's got, someone to talk to and there's support around. So we don't do it at home.
What ongoing support do you offer to volunteers? Obviously, some of the roles can be quite challenging.
Yeah.
Hearing things are quite upsetting. What ongoing support do you offer to your listening volunteers?
So we're really lucky because obviously we are part of a big organisation. We are self-funded and we are independent. We're affiliated to them, so they sort of write everything out for us. So it does a lot of the hard work that there is involved with much smaller charities. But with that, we're very, very lucky with support. So every shift that we're on, a listening shift, there's a shift leader. We phone them at the beginning of the shift, and then we phone at the end, and we download to them. So anything that's bothered us from the calls that we've had, we download to them. Just anything, nothing personal, doesn't go further than that. It's still confidential within Samaritans, but it just helps to take the weight off of us so we can go home not having to think about the calls that we've taken. If it was particularly difficult, then they'll phone us the next day and talk it through again. And then if they were distressed by us offloading to them, they can then phone someone else. And because it's so big, there is always someone else to talk to. And we're all trained listeners, so that helps. So we are quite lucky on that front, actually.
That's brilliant. Thank you. What would your existing volunteers say to encourage new people to come forward? So
I'd say it's actually quite a privilege to be able to listen to other people and be there for people who might not have someone else they can talk to. It's really rewarding thing to do, to be there to listen to somebody. I mean, obviously we do have a lot of training, but we are just normal people. We're not counsellors or mental health professionals or anything like that. We all come from completely different backgrounds. We're just ordinary people that just offer a listening ear. We don't give advice. We don't tell anybody what to do. We're not directive in any way. We literally just listen. But it's such a powerful thing for people to have. And it's incredibly rewarding when somebody offloads things to you and then say, oh, actually, I feel much better now. I know what to do with my life, or I know what decision I need to make, or whatever it is. And that's an amazing thing. So.
Opportunities and how to apply?
So you can go on our website. There is a generic Samaritans website, but if you were to register your interest on the website, and then you'll say what branch or what area you are. That will get passed to our branch. There's also a lot of information on there about training, any national campaigns that we've done, and we can do sort of training and things for other organisations that's sort of led by central office. We've also obviously got our stand downstairs. We've got a lot of information and cards and email addresses and things if you need anything like that. So yeah, through our website or come and speak to us.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for that. Tony, over to you now. As I mentioned earlier, Tony actually works with me at the centre. He's an avid volunteer and a veteran himself. Tony, why did you start volunteering?
It was just something I fancied doing. I come from a varied background. You know, I'm the odd one out here, I'm ex-Air Force, so you can all shout at me, insult me, feel free, used to it all. But also, I worked in the oil and gas exploration business. So when I joined the volunteer centre, it was a totally different environment, both environments. And I enjoy it because every day is different and you really do not know what you're going to walk into or what's coming through the door. So that was one of the reasons why I joined, and that was about 7.5 years ago.
Before my time. You were there before I started. How has volunteering made a difference in your life?
It's made a big difference personally because my wife passed away 3.5 years ago, so I now volunteer for Marie Curie. So if you're passing Morrison's on Saturday, please call in and see me, 9 to 11 shift. But I also work for volunteer for the blind veterans as well.
Okay, we'll be hearing a bit more about that from Angie in a minute. Do you find that as a veteran yourself, it's helped with your role with the blind veterans?
Yeah, I do, because again, it's giving. It's like I think we've all said in one way, you're giving something back to the community, and I think that's very important. You're not being selfish, you know.
That's brilliant. Okay, what would you say to any veterans thinking about volunteering?
Come and talk to us. You know, I mean, we like Amber's just said, we're all human beings. We're nobody special. You know, we've all got gifts, and you may want to use that gift to the best way you can. And whether it's for blind veterans or for whatever, Marie Curie, just think about it. It could be half an hour, it could be an hour you want to give. And that's all. Give it a shot, and if you don't like it, try something else.
It's perfect. Thank you, Tony, and thanks for everything you do. We all think you're marvellous, you know that. And we also have Angie with us today. Angie, please can you tell us a bit about the blind veterans and what you do?
So I'm a volunteer coordinator. So I cover Wiltshire, Somerset and Dorset, so quite a large area. We're always looking for people, especially veterans. I would say that, apart from Tony, of course, who gives me a lot of trouble, but I would think that he's actually the veteran that he supports. I think we discussed it earlier, and he said that actually it gives him, and his wife as well, it's rejuvenated him. It's given him such a different aspect in his life now. Because once you lose your sight, you become very isolated, hence why we look for volunteers constantly. And you've got that rapport. If we can find a veteran for a veteran, that's really helpful.
How many blind veterans do you support, the charity as a whole?
Oh, well, we're national, so there's quite a lot of veterans that we support. As you can imagine, probably most of them are elderly now, not everybody. We've got somebody in Plymouth who's 46. He's lost his sight completely. He wants to volunteer for very different reasons. We took him surfing last week, so that gives you a bit of an idea. He does paddleboarding. He's thinking about doing a marathon next. So we're looking for volunteers for him. So if anybody thinks they might like to help out, that would be very useful.
Any marathon runners in the room? What difference do the volunteers make for the blind veterans?
Massive difference. As I've said already, because you become very isolated when you haven't got your eyesight. You need someone to take you out just to give you that confidence. You're comfortable within your own home, you know where everything is, but actually you become isolated in that way. So if you've got a volunteer that can take you out and do the sports, for instance, that you used to do, that's really helpful. It might just be a cup of tea and a chat, but sometimes it's bowls or golf or driving or acoustic shooting. Can be all sorts of things.
How do you match a volunteer with a veteran to support?
Usually it's about the distance. I think this seems to have gone off. Am I supposed to be touching something?
Sorry. Yeah, how do you match a volunteer with a veteran?
How we match people is... Oh, it's definitely me. What am I supposed to be touching?
Nothing.
Is that better?
Yeah, just carry on talking.
Yeah, so how do we match people? It's usually on distance. So somebody that's local and the nearest to the veteran. It can be matched on interests as well. That's another thing. But usually could be age, but not always. It just depends.
Okay. And in your experience, do you find that veterans make good volunteers for these opportunities? You should be working again now. Don't touch anything.
Don't touch anything. Is it me? So it's me, sorry, my fault, apologies. Good job I was last. And again, I've forgotten the question.
Yeah. Do you find that veterans or
Yeah.
certain personnel make great
Yeah,
volunteers?
as I've already said, actually, the fact is because veterans supporting veterans, you've already got that instant connection. So yeah, that really is helpful.
Okay, and lastly, how do people find out about your opportunities and apply?
The website, or as I say, we're national, so there's usually somebody in some area across the country that's looking for support. So yeah, the website is probably the best way.
Brilliant, thank you so much for that. Okay, so last slide is here are the details about how you can get in touch with us. If you've got any questions, also our QR code in the bottom, if you're one of the techie people that can do that. Or you can come and have a chat with us. We're down by the Tiger Tank. If you want to come and have a chat with us today about volunteering, we can help you find the right role for you. Does anyone have any questions for me or anything they want to ask? Have I blown your mind? How many people are going to try volunteering now that hadn't said they're going to try it before? Go on, get your hands working for me. Thank you very much. I have a hand. I'll follow up with that on you. Oh, fabulous. Love it. And last slide. Thank you very much for your time, everyone. It's been lovely talking to you.
Well, thanks to Vicky and a wonderful team of volunteers. Any of us who've worked in the armed forces arena, certainly veteran support for any length of time, know that none of it would happen without huge teams of volunteers. So hugely important. Thank you for that. Right, moving on. Slightly different look at things now. So we've talked about how volunteering is good for your health and well-being. But actually, one of the other things that's crucially important to you, your health and well-being, is having worthwhile employment. So next up is Amy Walton. She's an Economic Development Officer with BCP Council, but we won't hold that against her. And also a military spouse, married to a bootneck, and we won't hold that against her either. Amy, with a guy called Mick Betteridge, who's unfortunately not here today, of an organisation called Bootnecks into Business, have founded and run the Dorset Armed Forces Business Networking Group. So I think Amy's going to talk a bit more about that just now. Over to you.
Do I need to press something to switch? Oh, he switched me on. Okay, so just bear with. I'm just going to smile for Emily. Hey. All right. Okay, silliness over, sorry. So thank you very much for that, Kev, and thanks, Rob, for inviting me along today. And as he's already said, Mick couldn't make it. So I have got a little clip of Mick, so at least you know what he looks like, okay? So without further ado, I'm just going to do a quick reflection activity. Some people know it as an optical illusion. Is that you? No. Well, I don't know. After a few, he might look like that. Okay, so if you can just look and observe the image there, and either you can discuss with somebody next to you or just think about what you can actually see. And then if you're brave enough, I'm going to ask some of you to let me know. Okay, so I can't see any of you. Oh, some of you are talking. Love it. If you've seen this before, Nick, I'm not asking you. Okay. Go on then, Nick. So, Mick, yeah, that's on a weekend. Yeah. Okay. Anybody like to let me know what they think they can see? Anybody brave enough? Man with a hat on. Yeah, there's a man with a hat on. I need one of my teacher red dot things. Let me. I'm not going to knock over anything, am I? Yeah. So at the top there, you've got an image of a face, a guy with a hat on is what's just been said. A lady with a dress, aka Mick Betteridge on a weekend. Anybody else? Yeah. Yes, that's right. So at the bottom left there, you've got a dog there. It also looks like a hand. So could be an image of an old person and then his hand. What sort of era do you think that man might be from, if you're looking at the man? Somebody on a weekend currently, or from a different century? Yeah, I'll leave you to think on that, because I haven't got all night. Right, so again, it's just thinking about your perception of what image you can actually see. Do you have any biases, any prejudices from what you can see? And then linking that over to self-belief, because we're here for mental health purposes. So could you actually apply that reasoning to your personal life or your business life? Do you have that self-belief? What do you think people see when they look at you? But actually, what do you see when you look at yourself in the mirror? Do you think you're succeeding, or do you think you might be failing in something? But again, it's all about perception. And sometimes it is our own fear that holds us back if we want to progress into the next step. So I came across Rudyard Kipling's quote there, of all the liars in the world, sometimes the worst are our own fears. So just pondering on that for a moment, and ask yourself these questions. Do I want to take that next step? Who can help me on that journey? And what happens if I fail? But what happens if I succeed? So thinking about that while you're considering self-belief. Once you've found that someone, then, you know, the journey's endless. You can get lots of support. So that kind of leads you, well, me, onto my journey. A couple of images there. You might recognize yourselves, some of you might not. But it's, I'm married to a bootneck. It's been 24 years now. Fellow bootneck wife. And along my journey, it has been a long journey trying to get employment, meaningful employment, as it were. So I had a lot of people that helped me along the way. My family is a very strong family unit and managed to succeed. But I actually wanted to think about a running journey. Clearly, I don't run at the moment. But back when I did, I used to think, I can do that. Somebody wanted to raise money for charity. And part of that, I thought, I can do it. I play netball, easy. I can run 10K, no problem. Oh, how wrong I was. Running is really flipping hard. And my friend, if you're aware of Limpston, I used to live in Limpston Village, and running from there into Exmouth, my friend runs a lot. She's like, come on, Ames, off you go. I nearly died. Literally, it was... I wanted to be sick, but I thought I can't give up. And then I was like, no, actually, I'm giving up. I'm stopping. And then it was that, okay, but little steps. Let's do this. Think about it. There's a lamppost. Let's run to that. Walk to the next one. And I just actually, something that seemed so huge, I broke it down into little bits, and it was manageable. Next thing, I was running further. I could run there without stopping. Then sort of tried to do the circuit. And I always remember we'd put our car in at Exeter for a service, and my husband Baz was like, I'm not taking you. You and that can run. Run that far. And we did. And I just remember running past CTC, which is the Commando Training Centre, and seeing that it's a state of mind. Oh, yes, it was a state of mind. I made it, by the way, because I'm here to tell the tale today. But it's just thinking about your journeys and actually that self-belief and, making it. So, my next slide. Yes, I'm from BCP Council, Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole Council. I work in the economic development team at the moment. And I've got some fantastic team that we've all got different sector leads that can support you in your business ideas, or if you've got that next step in your journey, you're thinking about starting up a business, or you've already got one, you want to grow it, but you don't know where to look. Yes, we do things for free in the council. We have a support service called Economic Development. So I'm just going to play this very short clip. The lovely Claire is going to give you an overview of what we can do to offer support in your journey. Oh, I clicked back. Clearly I can't read. Sorry about that. There we go.
Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole, home to more than 15,000 businesses, from small independent retailers through to technology startups and scale-ups and large engineering and manufacturing companies. I'm part of the economic development team at BCP Council, and our role is to ensure that the infrastructure and business support is in place to help companies meet their growth objectives. I'm here at Boundary Poole today, one of many co-working spaces in the BCP Council area. It's a space where entrepreneurs choose to start their business journeys, and who can blame them? You don't get this working from home. We may be a small team, but we represent a number of sectors, organising events, making connections, and providing resources for growth and prosperity. So let's meet the team. I'm Claire and I look after the digital, creative and finance sectors. And then there's Duncan for engineering and manufacturing, Hannah, Liz and Paula for BCP's high streets and district centres, Christine for low carbon, Charles for the UK Shared Prosperity Fund. Then there's the two Amy's, Amy Orchard for inward investment, Amy Walton for skills, there's Rachel for health and social care, Michelle, our economic development business officer, Matt Robson, our senior officer, and Chris Shepherd, our boss. If you'd like to get in touch with a member of our team, please email economicdevelopment@bcpcouncil.gov.uk. And don't forget to sign up to our newsletter, which includes everything from business support information through to funding and events. We are here to help you.
Okay, so that's our little our short clip. It's also available on YouTube if you want to Google that, or I can send you a copy if you really like. So going back exactly what Kev said at the start, myself and Mick Betteridge have set up the Dorset Armed Forces Community Business Support Network Group. And you might think, well, what's that all about? Exactly what it says. So it's supporting the Armed Forces community to start, sustain and develop their business ideas. It's all about networking and passing business to each other, but it's also there as a supportive measure because, you know, working from home, it's actually, there's another lady that's joined recently and she was just saying actually it's quite nice to be able to come out and speak to like-minded people. I trust people here in this room. I can do business with them, and it's actually a good social for me to get out of the house. So that was kind of the reason we set it up, and also because I work in economic development team, that was the way I could get in and support the armed forces because that's what I really wanted to do. So my boss was quite kind and allowed me to set that up and work alongside Mick. So as I said, I do have a Mick not in address. So this is filmed at our launch event back in June at the Civic Centre in Bournemouth. And it's just a bit about him and thinking about his view of why we set up the group. So it's about 30 seconds long.
So hi, I'm Mick Betteridge from Veteran Entrepreneurs, and I've been asked by BCP Council to see if we can help those people from the Armed Forces community who are in business together to come together, work together to help grow that business community. So I served for 24 years and I left back in 2008. Ever since then I've been involved in either veterans charities or running my own businesses. And part of that now is that I help veterans that are running their businesses as a coach and mentor. I think today is a really important event because something I noticed when I first left the military was that military people speak the same language to each other. But I found that when I was working in business in general, the people didn't fully understand us. By bringing this group together now, we all speak the same language, we have the same mindset, and together we become a stronger force within the business community.
I told you it was quick. It's actually 46 seconds. Sorry about that. Okay, so again, what was the vision of it? Just to recap, to strengthen local entrepreneurial ecosystems, support businesses at all stages of their development, and to start, sustain and grow and innovate. I have put magically a QR code up if you want to have a go. It does take you to our page in LinkedIn because we do have one of those, and that will update you with all the latest information about our next events. Just a bit of stats for you. We have held 4 events to date, and over 50 businesses and providers did attend our launch event back in June. But then subsequent to that, we've had 25 to 35 people that have attended each of those events. So we get people that are interested to set up a business, already have a business, providers that can support your business idea. And so we do share a lot of that during the evening. We've got over 110 followers to our LinkedIn page. That was the last time I checked. And it's always about how can we support you. So we've actually got an up and coming event at Health Sciences University on Tuesday the 29th of October, and there'll be an option to tour around the facilities. So if you are interested, please look on and book on. The events are free, and then you'll get to find out a bit more about what we do. So why have I got Emily up there? Oh, yeah, I know, that's hilarious. I did put you out there for a reason. Now why have I got your QR code? Okay, so it's actually talking about if you are a business and thinking about the Armed Forces Covenant and how I'm advocating how you can actually support people in the military that are leaving the military, or perhaps you're a business and you want to get involved. There are 3 levels, and actually I should get Kev to talk about this, or maybe Nick. It's their bag. No, I love it too. It's just a way that you can show your commitment to supporting the Armed Forces community. Okay, and the reason why, again, employer engagement, this is the lovely Jo, and she works at Trident Maritime Systems, and she just shares the reason why she signed up to the Armed Forces Covenant. I knew there was a link. And I'm just going to play her short clip.
I'm Jo. I work for Trident Maritime Systems, and my role is HR Development Manager, and I work very closely with our talent engagement partner Sally Bennett, and we work on upskilling people, giving them opportunities, and we're particularly keen on working with veterans and the military community. We've just re-signed or signed up our Armed Forces Covenant Pledge, and we are very keen to engage with other businesses doing similar things, to be able to network with them, to be able to support any military services that are looking for employers, and being able to deliver training as well.
Okay, so that's about it for me. Next steps and close. As I've already saved the date, so Tuesday 29th of October, already confirmed. I forgot to do the TBC. It has been confirmed. We're at Health Sciences University. It was formerly known as AECC, which was the Chiropractic College, if any of you are aware of that, in Boscombe. They've rebranded to HSU. And then Tuesday, the 26th of November, we will be at West Hants Tennis Club. And that will be a celebratory event of everything that we've achieved this year, and also to look forward to future events and how we can support people further. I've got a couple of dates there. Again, venues to be confirmed. And if you'd like any further information, you've got mixed details there, or myself at Economic Development. Any questions? Awesome. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thanks, Amy. I think if you're a veteran in Dorset, or someone who's leaving the forces in Dorset, you are particularly well off. There are so many businesses now in Dorset that have signed the Armed Forces Covenant, that are committed to looking after our Armed Forces community. So there's been a lot of work gone into that, people like Amy and others, and Emily, of course, from Essex RFCA. So I think that's the message there, that whether you're wanting to find work or you're wanting to start your own business, there is a whole wraith of support for you in Dorset. So thank you, Amy, for your time. Right, moving on, our final presentation of the day is from NHS Op Restore. So may I introduce Beth Lambert to the stage. Beth is the National Service Manager of NHS Op Restore, which is the Veterans Physical Health and Wellbeing Service. Over to you, Beth.
Excellent. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you to Kev and to Rob for the invitation. I've been Britney'd up, so I will do my best this afternoon. Karaoke is optional for everybody. As Kev said, I'm Beth Lambert. I'm the National Service Manager for Op Restore. We are an NHS service for veterans with service-related physical health needs. We are a service that's been in operation for about 7 or 8 years now, designed by veterans as a result of feedback, wanting a one point of contact for health and wellbeing support. And over the last 4 years, we've been able to develop the service into the pathway that we currently have. We very much take a clinical and holistic approach to all of our veterans. We are actively making sure that we support the veteran as a whole, we're not just treating the clinical pathway and getting somebody sorted out for their knee, it's how we can make sure that veteran's in a good place to go forward with the rest of their life. So we are for anybody who has served in or is in the process of leaving the UK Armed Forces. So we'll see a little bit later, we're actively working with the MOD around transition to make sure we're supporting service leavers as they come out, those that are particularly on a med discharge pathway or coming out with ongoing service needs, that support is in place. There needs to be an ongoing continuing health need. That can be from any time in service, any injury, trodden on, fell off of, hit by, any end of that pathway. As long as it's something that's ongoing that can't quite get fixed, more than happy to take that referral. As the badge somewhere says, we're NHS England, so we've only got an England footprint. However, we've got a sister service in Wales, so we've got VTM Wales. Scotland are looking at a similar pathway with a sort of a single front door for physical and mental health. Northern Ireland have got their own challenges, but have got similar holistic footprint in place. So we're all pulling together in the same direction to make sure that support is there. No limitation on when the injury occurred, so it could be tripping over the ironing board as you're walking across the wire on day one, or tripping over the box coming back out as you're being discharged. Equally, no statute of limitations on age. Our youngest veteran that's come through the service in the last couple of years has been 19. Our oldest veteran was Colonel Len, who was 99. So we're covering an 80-year age gap and all of the complexities that fall out of that from a social, economic, financial, digital literacy, all of those challenges. So we have tried to keep it simple. Veteran goes to their GP, says, I've got an ongoing service-related health need, can you get me referred in? GP fills in a form, sends it in to us with the relevant clinical letters about that health need. We've got a team of 3 ex-QA nurses who will take that information, basically pull it apart, work out where the gaps are, and then from then we can work out the next onward step clinically for that person. Now, it may be that they're already in an existing pathway, which is absolutely great because it means the GP's got them where they need to be. Additionally, though, we can put some holistic support in and some reassurance to the veteran that that pathway is the right pathway, and we can work with other military charities to support that. Equally, if the pathway isn't the right pathway, or they're not in a pathway, we can work with clinicians across the country to get them into that right service. So we've got a... Hang on, I'm talking about the next slide and I haven't pressed the button. There we go. So we've got a network, clinical network across the country of military consultants and civilian consultants, so we can absolutely make sure we land that person in the most appropriate place. It doesn't have to be the most local, and working with our military charities, we can support those onward journeys and that location. We have weekly MDTs where we make sure we've got that consultant sign-off for the onward pathway, so we've got that top cover with those consultants having an understanding of the military environment. So they're going to understand why Frank's twisted his back loading barrels into the back of a truck in Basra. If I put that in front of a civilian orthopaedic surgeon, they don't have a picture in their head of how that injury occurred. But if I mention that to any veteran, you've all got an image in your head of how big those barrels were, probably what colour they were, how big the truck was, what the ground was like underneath, was it sandy, was it unstable, and actually having that understanding of the environment that the injury or the issue took place in gives a better pathway for that patient. There's that understanding and that appreciation. We also work with half of the people that are over the balcony, at least from a military charity point of view, and the other half I've now got in my book, and we will be working with them, because actually events like today are all about joining those networks and making sure there's that collaboration going on to support veteran healthcare from a well-being and from a clinical point of view. So our clinical network is strong and continues to strengthen, and our MDT approach very much emphasises the jigsaw donut that I still haven't worked out a word for 4 years in. There's got to be a... But actually, if we bring different people into our MDT, we can all support solving the problems for that veteran. So none of us on our own can fix everything around there. But actually we can bring Op Courage into our MDT. They can support mental health. We can bring Blesma in. We can bring Help for Heroes. We can bring DWP if we need to. So we can use all of our charity partners to support all of the 10 bits on that jigsaw. And actually, if we can all bring 10%, we can all support everything to do with that veteran, or however many pieces the veteran has. If there's onward clinical pathways that are needed, we can get those initiated. So as I say, we've got that clinical network across the country. So if you're living in Blandford and you need a shoulder referral to Birmingham, we can get that sorted. Equally, if you're living in Birmingham and you need a shoulder referral to Newcastle, we can sort it. We've got that network and that ability to be able to cross-refer. So our aim is absolutely to make sure that we get the veteran seen by the right clinician. We want to try and do it as a one-hit thing, so people are not bouncing around the system, they're going to the right person to get that treatment. So as I mentioned, that's our current, as of yesterday, net. I reckon there's about another 7 I can chuck on there from today. So equally, Kev, Rob, thank you very much, because we can now grow the network, which is fantastic. So the next steps from a veteran's point of view is we'll make those cross-agency clinical referrals. There are a couple of pathways where we can't influence. So things like MSK pathways have to be done by a GP. But that information goes back to the veteran's GP of that onward pathway. So we ask the GP to make that referral, and they initiate that and move that forward. At the same time, we've made sure that that veteran's been linked in with somebody to support their well-being. So if the veteran's got a level of complexity around either their welfare or well-being needs, we'll link them into Defence Medical Welfare Services. They'll then pick the veteran up and make sure they've given them the proper veteran hug, and we'll pick up all of the welfare support that's needed, linking in with other charities, as we've mentioned. If there's a lower level of wellbeing need, we've got members of staff in the team that will link them in with social prescribing, community support, different providers, like we've got colleagues downstairs today that do stonemasonry. So actually having something in place to support that waiting well, if you're waiting for an outpatient appointment, so somebody's not sitting on the sofa at home for 6 weeks waiting for that appointment. We want to keep them going and keep them engaged and keep them tapping along so that when they get to that appointment, they're in the right mindset, the well-being's good, and actually they're in a positive frame of mind to be able to move forward. We also link closely with our other OP colleagues within the OP suite. So as I say, Op Courage is downstairs, sort of over right in the far corner. We're sister service, we're yin and yang, whichever way the hands go, but we're symbiotic with that. Op Nova, equally from veterans in the criminal justice service. So certainly the 3 of us work in a very close triangle with a lot of our referrals. Op Community, I know you've got a footprint down here in Dorset. NHS England have rolled that out as a pilot across 9 sites across the country, so using that as additional support for families and spouses and that wider armed forces community. We make sure the GP knows the outcome of the referral, obviously what we've done with their patient, and if needs be, we will provide any additional support into the GP practice. So if they're a new practice referring into us, we'll make sure they've got all the links for Courage and Nova and the RCGP Veteran Friendly Scheme. So we try and almost be a bit of a one-contact hit. So if people are coming into us and they're new to us, we go with the assumption that they're new to the whole veteran space. So we're making sure that we're hitting those different organisations and services, particularly from a statutory point of view, as much as we can. So it's been a little bit busy, which is excellent. It's literally what we're here for. 1,200 referrals since the beginning of the year. I think we're now up to, well, when I did the slides on Monday, we were up to 258. I've got a funny feeling we're about 270 this week. So we're getting really busy. I mentioned the devolved administrations and some of the challenges that they're having, but that's not to say that there's nothing there. And if you're working with veterans or colleagues in the devolved administrations, by all means, give us a shout and we can put you in contact with people locally. So we're more than happy to do that from supporting colleagues. Closely working with the MOD, so we're linked in with, we're closely linked in with Tidworth PRU, Catterick PRU, got good links into Aldershot. We need to sort out Plymouth, but that's a whole different conversation. But actually having those links in through the guys and gals that are going through the PRUs on that med discharge pathway, we want to make sure they're not going to fall off the edge of a cliff, that they're not going to come out and haven't registered with a GP and then discover that they can't get a repeat prescription, and then their back pain gets worse because they can't remember where they were going for the follow-up, and then they do register and they rock up at a GP practice and the GP says, I've got no medical records for you, let's send you to physio. And your veteran's sitting there going, yeah, I thought I was having an operation. So it's very easy for the pathways to fall apart a little bit. So the work that we're doing with the MOD to be able to keep them on a nice, gentle slope coming out through transition will be really beneficial to veterans going forward. We've also developed and are in the process of developing pathways around chronic pain. So working with our colleagues in Health for Heroes, supporting wounded veterans, and King Edward VII around their veteran pain management programs, working that through so that we've got a consistent algorithm as to how we can refer people in. We're also looking at non-freezing cold injury and other non-specific veteran illnesses that come through where we can almost look at a differential diagnosis to make sure that we're putting some consistent support in that will be able to support the veteran going forward. And that is us in a nutshell. Picture on the left is number 10 last year because we were very honoured to be able to go there for a nice little launch party. Very nice brownies, very nice little mince pies. And the other one was the HSJ Awards, which we were very fortunate to win just about 2 years ago, so November 22. I would like to say the picture on the right is not the size of our team. Picture on the left is the size of our team. So don't get distracted by David. I don't have David Williams on the team, or Peter Homer, or anybody else. This end is us. But as I say, we're a small team. We've got good connections. There's no wrong front door. Nobody will ever get a no. And we're happy to help anybody that wants to email in or send us an inquiry. The table's underneath the Churchill, over that way somewhere. So if you haven't grabbed a leaflet or a card, please do. There's no daft questions. Send us an email in. Any questions? Don't ask me about dental. Before anybody asks me about dental, don't ask me about dental. Any questions? All good?
I got a quick one.
Yeah.
And Rob and I know when Rob was in Dorset, we worked really hard on this. But if you happen to go to your GPs and they're not veteran aware or whatever, what can you do about that?
So it's a challenge across the country, I would say. We've got little pockets where the armed forces community are not massively recognised by GPs. As a service, we are happy to take an inquiry from a veteran if they're struggling to get engagement with their GP. With their consent, we can reach in with a bit of a hook and see if we can get the referral into us. But we've got no magic tricks. Sometimes an NHS email makes a difference, sometimes it doesn't. So we're always happy to reach in and see if we can pull the referral out rather than you trying to push the referral in.
I knew this would spark a comment.
Hi, Ash Bourne, I'm NHS Dorset, so I'm the lead for Armed Forces for NHS, so lovely to meet you.
You too.
I know Rob really well, so we muck about. So if you need to get hold of me, I'll
Yeah,
put my
really,
number.
that's fine.
So there's a bit of a good news story, because NHS Dorset, with its primary care team, is working in conjunction, the Royal College, and with Rob and the team, are pushing the numbers. Yeah. So we have got now nearly 90% coverage of our GP practices, and the other 10 are identified, and we work with them. So the idea is that we will have 100% coverage in the next 6 months, and we were the highest in the country, and we're working with a guy called, and I'll come back to me in a minute, Carson Black, who is the lead. So me and Carson's he's dentist, but there you go. So he can sort out the dentist next, can't he? there's a good news story that in Dorset you shouldn't be experiencing that. And if you do, personally, if you find out anywhere that there's any practice that's not in Dorset, give me a call direct and we'll sort it.
Fab, happy to. Lovely, thank you. See, it's always good to make connections. Brilliant, thank you all so much.
I'd always been told we were ahead of the game in Dorset, but you know, that was from Mr. Monroe. Whether I could believe him or not, I wasn't sure. I do know, because my GP surgery suddenly started putting leaflets up all over the surgery to say, please identify yourself if you're a veteran. So I knew we were having some success. So that's brilliant. Well, unfortunately, that's about it. So that brings On Track 2024 to a close. I, for one, have found it, as always, truly inspiring and a motivating day. We've again been really fortunate to have great speakers, some amazing presenters and contributors, fantastic group of exhibitors, and we thank them all for their amazing contribution to the event, because the event wouldn't exist without all of you, so thank you very much. Also want to thank everyone who took the time out to attend, because it's pretty pointless putting on an event if no one rocks up, so thank you for coming. The event couldn't happen without the Tank Museum, and so I particularly would like to thank them and the amazing events team here for putting on the event and for being so supportive of it. A special thank you to Tom Holmes, the Tanks Museum events manager. Thank you, Tom. And also to Rob Monroe of the Dorset Armed Forces Covenant Board, both of which have been instrumental in making sure this event takes place. The presentations, I'm right in thinking, Tom, are going to be available to stream after the event on the YouTube channel as per norm. So if you want to watch any of the presentations again, Tank Museum has an amazing YouTube channel. Go there and they should be up there within the next week or so, I would hope. So take the time out to do that. And please spread the word. The links will be up there on the website, I'm sure, so spread the word. Anyone who couldn't come, get them to go and have a look. Hope that you'll all take something away from today. I hope it's been of use to those of you who came along. And also, hopefully you've all discovered that if you are fortunate enough to live in Dorset, there's a shed load of support out there for you. And that's all thanks to the work that's done by the Dorset Armed Forces Covenant Board and all our colleagues around Dorset who work in the Armed Forces community. So huge thank you to them. So that just leaves me to say now, have a safe journey home. Thank you for your company, and we'll see you next October for On Track 2025. Thank you.